of India's top lawyers and top brass of law firms on one common platform, to have stimulating discussions on an eclectic mix of topics focused on charting the right course of businesses. In its third edition, Global Legal Summit and Leaders Award 2021 is an initiative to recognize and reward the law firms and lawyers who have made a mark in their practice areas. This is an annual initiative conceptualized to fuel excellence in the legal ecosystem by identifying and enabling law firms and individual lawyers who have the potential to lead the way. The awards shall be presented in various categories, and the presentation shall be preceded by with topical discussions on contemporary legal issues. The first part of today, as I had mentioned before, will see India's top brass of law firms and legal luminaries on one platform to have stimulating discussions on an eclectic mix of topics focused on contemporary topics at the intersection of businesses and law. The insightful keynote sessions and panel discussions is not something that anybody would want to miss. And the second part of the day will reveal the winners of the BW Legal World Global Legal Leaders Awards 2021 and BW Legal World 30 Under 30 being rewarded for their excellence in law. But before that, to give you an indication of what's in store, the conference will have roundtables on some of the following topics. How are in-house departments, law firms, and the courts reinventing post-COVID? PE/VC deal making, current trends and legal risks. What should businesses do when in distress, and compliances that are making businesses look over their shoulder? May I please request my team to play our today's conclave AV to give our audience members a sneak peek to the leaders and experts who will be joining us throughout today. With a view to bridging the gap between business and the legal sectors across the globe, and to get a stimulating discussion on the road, BW Legal World brings business leaders and legal doyens from all verticals of the legal fraternity: law firms, in-house departments, jurists, independent practitioners, writers and researchers, law institutes, legal tech innovators, and more together on one platform. Pushing forward the vision of BW Business World, BW Legal World prides itself on covering the revolution in the legal landscape worldwide to bring its readers latest trends and information from across the globe. Set up in the year 2019, BW Legal World is an offshoot of BW Business World, a fortnightly magazine launched across 4 decades ago that has since consistently ranked amongst India's largest and most respected business magazines. To give our audience members a glimpse of BW Legal World as a community, may I please request my team to play the community AV. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder. Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in India. With the network spanning across 23 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 23 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. But before we start today's conclave, may I please request our team to show our audience members a legacy of BW Business World. Okay, I'm very sorry. I think we're short on time. So I'll very quickly move ahead, sir, with everybody's permission. I would just take this moment to thank all our knowledge partners very quickly. Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan, UKCA and partners, Tandon and Co., Century Maxim International, a fan partner, Fantrum, digital media partner, IWMBus.com, and a coffee partner, Beanly. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our keynote address. And to welcome on stage, this gentleman needs no introduction. An eminent jurist and a former judge of the Supreme Court of India, Sir has many landmark judgments to his credit. He was sworn in as a Supreme Court judge on 12th April 2013. Earlier, he had served as the Chief Justice of Punjab and Haryana High Court. He retired as senior most judge of Supreme Court of India on 6th of March 2019. Currently, Sir is an international judge at the Singapore International Commercial Court, Singapore Supreme Court. He was sworn into the post on 2nd August 2019 by the President of Singapore. He is also the chairperson of News Broadcasting Standards Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to join me in welcoming a distinguished leader in law and an institution in himself, Justice Arjun Kumar Sikri. Welcome, sir.
Good evening to all of you. I must say, when we talk of this is a conference on charting the right course for business. So first tip I must give at the outside that if we as business lawyers want to be on right side, we must be punctual. This is my first advice to all of you. My problem is that I was told that the function would start at 3 o'clock. My address was from 3:15 to 3:30, 35, whatever. And I had fixed one emergent. I don't fix cases on Sundays, but I couldn't help it. And there's one arbitration matter I fixed at 4:30 today. I thought that I'll be back by that time. So I'm sorry because of that. I won't be able to speak what I wanted to speak in that at that length, but I'll try to summarize what I want to convey in few words and next few minutes which have at my disposal. So first of all, I welcome all of you on behalf of Mr. Anurag Batra, because I know for me, and in order to give me time, he has skipped his introductory lecture or introductory address. So therefore, I am welcoming all of you. This is, of course, as the function is about business world, and we are here celebrating the work done by various various law firms dealing in business laws. And of course, that award giving ceremony would start later in the day. But before that, this conference is kept on charting the right course for business. So, but since I may not be there at that time, first let me congratulate all of you who have who are going to be awarded and who have won those awards. you have done really wonderfully well, because I was a part of jury and I know, I mean, when we uh, had the interaction with the persons who were the applicants for these awards, and I would say that India is now a place where legal words really its time has come, and it is being recognized all of the world as far as legal acumen of Indian lawyers is concerned. And we are here to face foreign lawyers also if they come and they start practicing, because we don't know when that happens or whether it happens or not. But if that happens, we will not be lagging behind. We have stalwarts here who can manage Indian legal landscape well, because they are not only doing such remarkable job within India, but outside India also, and they are getting recognition. I have seen quite a few international arbitrations which I am doing, and there's few international mediation and other conferences, etc., also which I have been attending. How Indian lawyers are now given that kind of recognition and respect. So the times have changed, no doubt about it. And here, charting the right course for business. I would say here, of course, we are here not sitting as business houses, and we are not talking about the right course for businesses from the business houses point of view and what they are to supposed to do or what strategies are to be adopted. But it's a connect between the law and the business which we are going to discuss. And as I have seen, I came here only and I could see the topics very well thought of and conceived and conceptualized. And I also see the panelists. I am sure that they are going to be, there is going to be very interactive sessions, and we will learn a lot from those discussions. I would try to give my preliminary remarks in the sense that, look, and it may be that this is what we have seen over a period of time, a person of my age, when I was a student, because I was a commerce student, students of economics. So I've seen business, studied business from my school days and college days, then in law also, and then in practice as well. But how there has been a paradigm shift in insofar as business laws are concerned. First thing which has to be kept in mind that look, there is a deep connect between the law and economics. In fact, if we want to see a prosper India, if we want to see the economies, our economy to grow or grow further, not only there have to be robust laws, economic laws, but the way they have to be interpreted by the judges as well, and what should be the economic approach in interpreting those laws. That is very, very necessary. I had the occasion and I had discussed that in one of my judgment, rather the first judgment, yes, that Shiv Shakti case, in which I discussed this topic, and thereafter in two or three more judgments also as Supreme Court judge, I had highlighted this aspect. uh, what we see, as I was saying, in 1950 or 47, we got independence. In 50, our constitution, we gave ourselves that constitution, which came into force. And of course, that was a time in 1951, if you know, first 5-year plan. In those days, there used to be 5-year plans by the government of India, and what would be the economic growth and the how we should conceptualize and how we should see the economic growth in 5 years. That plan used to be made, budget would be allocated for that, and that I still remember as students of economics, we would read. But what I'm trying to say is that, look, when India got independence, there was hardly any industry in India, because we know the way Britishers plundered India and finished the business here. And it is said that and at that time, even there was no manufacturing unit even for to manufacture hairpin in India. So Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, then he thought of that, and that was his first attempt and motive that we have to see industrialized nation. And he thought of mixed economy at that time, if you remember. And it was his vision that, look, in order to establish some of the businesses and in order to ensure that the backward areas in the country, they also come up and they also become industrialized area. So it should be mixed economy where the government should also play its role, because private business is naturally normally profit driven. They may not go to a place which is Bokaro steel plant, how it came in that place. And there are so many such examples that naturally private sector would not go to that place and establish a factory which may not yield results or profits. So we had this, and at that time, another thing which started was that there were some key industries which the government thought at that time that it is the government which has to play a significant role in the development. And those were almost then taken over by the government itself. We should remember, of course, initially we had that insurance sector, but these were nationalized. Insurance was aviation, mostly over a period of time, run by the government only, Air India, Indian Airlines, etc. Even banks, they were private banks, but many banks were nationalized in 1969, 14 banks, then in 1986, more banks. So we were, that was a time where government, and I still remember in law, we had one course which was, we used to call public control of business. So it was more a control, public control, or the businesses were where the government will control, even the private business, how it is to be. And that is why we had all that license Raj, quota Raj. You could start the business only, you are given a license, you will be given the quota only, you can manufacture up to that extent. Even for export, you will be given the quota and you can export up to that extent. So those were the times. So as a student of economics, I know from laissez-faire economy from before 1947, of course, there was hardly any economic activity in India, but laissez-faire is where full freedom to the business, to the mixed economy, and much more controlled economy when, as I gave the example of nationalization, so many industries were nationalized and the government thought at that time in 70s and 80s that there should be more and more government control. But then came 1991, when we ushered into the era of globalization. And at that time, it was found, I'm not going into the causes why it happened and all that. And as a student of economics or business lawyers, you will understand this. But then it was necessitated, and it was the vision of Mr. Rao, our president at that time, Nasimha Rao, and of course, Manmohan Singh ji, who was the finance minister at that time. And they thought that our reserves were depleting. I think only 1 week or 2 weeks foreign reserves remained. And at that time, this decision was taken. But with this, as far as economic laws are concerned, there came a paradigm shift. All those license quotas, etc., went away. Economy was open to private sector. Today we have, whether it is aviation, whether it is insurance, whether it is telecom, which was all nationalized earlier. So all private players are there. And instead of public control of business, control is still there of different kind. And that is regulators came. If it is electricity, where it was earlier, even electricity is one sector which was totally, I mean, government sector only, private sectors are coming. But then they thought that, look, they should not have, these are some of the, whether it is telecom, whether it's insurance, whether all these sectors are there where there should be some control, but control should be by a independent regulator and not by the government. So we have the telecom regulator, we have the insurance regulator, and likewise regulators in all these fields. Another important thing which took place, that because of this, I mean, privatization or globalization, when we ushered, we wanted more and more FDI. There have been more and more foreign collaboration, etc., because of which, and it was not happening in India, it was happening throughout the world. There were some countries like China who could still march over India because they ushered into this globalization few years before us. And because of that, they still I mean, are ahead of us. Even when in last 10 years or 12 years, our economic growth have been little more than that. But what I am trying to emphasize is, insofar as legal field is concerned, uh, the kinds of disputes which were there, they totally changed. I remember as a lawyer when I entered, passed out law and entered practice in 1977, and I was doing commercial laws, arbitration, etc. But we used to have all those domestic issues only. In intellectual property, we use mostly it will be trademark, hardly copyright or trademark. But today, in intellectual property, there are more patent cases, international patents. In arbitration, it is more international arbitration, complex metric. So complexities of issues is going up. Our matters are international. So this is bringing another paradigm shift insofar as the laws are concerned, which I was telling you. What had been happening? Like you remember, everybody, about Arbitration Act. We had to say goodbye to our Arctic clock in 1940 and came out with Indian this Arbitration Conciliation Act 1996. But what is important behind it? It is based on UNCITRAL model law. What I'm trying to say is UNCITRAL coming out with model laws which are needed in a globalized era where the disputes and business are not now within the boundaries of one country. They are cross-border ramifications. So therefore, we also need, we had earlier, you also must have studied private international law, how to solve the issues of conflict of laws. But then why those issues at all if there is what we call as convergence of laws, if laws are almost same? So this is one. Patent Act, there was a new act, changes in the act. Trademark Act, new act brought on what WIPO said or WTO said. And likewise, so many laws which change. We came out with recently IBC, our insolvency laws, in tune with what is happening in international law. So all these laws, that was one thing which I wanted to say, that the landscape as far as laws are concerned, they have changed. The way disputes have to be resolved under these laws, that has changed, totally changed, which we have to deal with. Another thing which I would like to mention here is that the dispute resolution, the ecosystem is changing. Maybe arbitration was always there, but as I said, that it was like, what kind of arbitration? We have in Chandni Chowk this association of the business association of the traders, etc. Those kinds of small association will be there. They will be doing their arbitration. I mean, whenever the in-house arbitration, of course, Arbitration Act was there. But I said that the issues which we are now grappling with are totally different. And even in domestic laws, the totally different kinds of issues. The stakes are large, issues are complex, and we need expertise from lawyers' point of view also, and the arbitrators also who have to be. So dispute resolution system, which was earlier primarily confined to courts, municipal courts, etc., that is not there. If you see what is happening in, and I'll give you, as I said, I would not be able to speak much because of lack of time at my disposal, but I always give this example, and I really marvel the visionary step which Singapore has taken. And their law minister was saying one day that, look, to somebody Indian, that look, in India you have gained in what you call when we talk of tourism, health tourism, that people come from the other countries because health system in India is improving. So they come even from Western countries because the medical facilities, they are very costly. So they will come here, they will be able to go around also and have their problems, health problems also solved or taken care of or treated. He says, we have gone with legal tourism. in next 15 to 20 years in Asia, and maybe we are competing with, you said that because Indians are coming, legal tourism, it is India. And three things, when I talking of dispute resolution system, which which they have established on international basis, and which is need. And our system, we also going towards that. That is mediation, arbitration, and court. As court, I'm talking of a commercial courts. We also have Commercial Court Act, but at international level, they have SIMC, Singapore International Mediation Center. They have SICC, Singapore International Commercial Court, where I'm presently appointed as judge. So in their SICC, there are about 15 to 17 international judges who they have taken from all over the world. So I represent India. I'm lucky to have that they have appointed me from India. No, I didn't say for that. But the third was SIAC, Singapore International Arbitration Center. So this is what is needed. In India also, we have to think, if we want to, as I said, when you say charting the right course for business, this kind of dispute resolution system has to be there. And COVID has taught us something more, online disputes. Now, not only courts, and there is a talk today that even when we go back to normal, and we are going back, but there should still be, we should continue with hybrid system. As far as arbitration is concerned, it is even now 95% arbitrations are online, because it's not only, and they are happening smoothly, because they save lot of time and cost as well. When you have to go, I've done few international arbitration completed where I am from India, one arbitrator from Australia, one arbitrator from England, Indian party, Singapore party, this one party from British, expert witnesses from Spain and US and other parts, and all from their own places sitting. Otherwise, how much time and how much cost would have been there if all of them would have been in Singapore, because it was SIAC matter. You can understand, and sitting there for 2 weeks. So therefore, online and technology has today, what I'm trying to emphasize is the use of technology. There's Richard, I've forgotten his full name, who has written a very good book on future of courts and future of law. And he talks that how the courts even are going to be, futuristic courts are online courts. But apart from that, COVID has taught us, and this is happening, ODR, online dispute resolution. Here, online dispute resolution, I'm not talking of arbitration or court. There are certain types of disputes which can be settled through private parties, and such types of parties are coming, or the organizations are coming, which particularly your consumer disputes or MSMEs disputes, etc. And it has been very successful in country like Italy, not Singapore, there's Hong Kong, even in Dubai, and some other Western countries. There was, Niti Aayog had set up a committee, and I was the chairman of that committee. It's almost 1 year we had given that report on ODR. So if that is, because for that we'll need law. And if that happens, again, there's going to be lot of difference in how we resolve the disputes or business disputes. So we have to be now, abreast ourselves with what is happening around the world. And we don't have to only see within India and this kind of myopic view. And whatever is good elsewhere, of course, Indian system is different, Indian conditions are different. It has to be adopted to Indian conditions. But at the same time, we have to ensure that good practices elsewhere are accepted here. Because when we talk of ease of doing business, when we talk of the enforcement of contracts, and because it is said that if we have better landscape insofar ease of, or better system, and we have this kind of atmosphere where ease of doing business is facilitated, law and this prevail, or rather plays a very, very important role. On the this enactment of IBC itself, I remember we had jumped in international this thing that when this ranking comes from almost 160 or 150 to 100, within 100 we had come, and they said that you still do not have chapter on cross border insolvency. If that is introduced, you will again go up in the ranking, and so therefore these are the things which are needed, and these are the things which the all the lawyers have to master, and you have to take care while thinking that what is the right course for business which we have to charter. Thank you very much.
My gratitude to Justice Sikri. I just want to, the author's name is Richard Susskind. I Googled it, so not that I'm very intelligent, but I Googled it. I just want to say, please give him a round of applause. He was there. I came at 2:55. He was probably 5 minutes ahead of there. These are small, and look at his passion. He still made this outing count, made it memorable. And I have to say, when BW Legal World is very, very young. It is the 29th month for BW Legal World. Ashima and Garima are the parents. They've given birth to BW Legal World. And I was asking Garima, I asked her about 5 times. I work on Sundays. My book is coming out. It's called 8 Days a Week, sir. So because it's a metaphor for loving what you do, doing what you love. But I asked Garima 5 times, are you sure you want to do this on Sunday? Looked like it's okay. She was right. I was wrong. Though we yesterday did the GC 100 Awards. Saraf and Partners was a partner. And we had 73 GCs at the event. We had about 350 people in the evening. So I'm happy that you're here. And I must say that the BW Legal World journey, or the first initiative, started with Justice Sikri chairing the jury for the first Global Legal Leaders Summit. So today is the third. I remember the awards were on the day, which is a very important day for him. It is his wife's birthday, 12th December. And he still came and left in time. I mean, he was there for 90 odd minutes. We luckily started the awards about 5 minutes late, but 5 minutes in India is still okay. So please give him a big round of applause. And I'm really grateful to him for being here. And we'll miss you at the awards, but we'll acknowledge your presence. We'll see you on the AV. And hopefully do not do it on a Sunday next time, or whatever Garima and Ashima decide.
Actually, I never fixed arbitration Sunday. Therefore, I had told Garima it is not her fault. I will be there. But here, there's one matter which we were hearing, and one of our arbitrators is going out of India. So we had no other choice. I think he's leaving tomorrow, so we had to fix it today. That was the only reason.
And I must say that listening to you, I mean, I get ideas. I mean, I think everybody yesterday, Mr. Lalit Bhasin was speaking in the morning, and everybody talks about the cost of arbitration and the timelines of arbitration being stretched. I mean, it was a redressal mechanism which hasn't really worked as it was envisaged, because we Indians are creative and many other complex factors. But I think arbitration and mediation are two issues which we should really take up and go deeply. And of course, I'm going to read the book by Richard Susskind. Thank you for introducing us to the book. Please give Justice Sikri a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We'll stay on course. Mr. Dubey, don't go anywhere. We missed you yesterday. You were in the jury. We saw you on the. You can invite me, or I can come directly. It's okay.
So you're here now, sir.
Yes, yes. I'm like that. On like that. Okay. Don't worry. Good evening. I'll Adit. Ms. Mishra was asking me if Adit is part of our team. Yeah, it's my phone. Anyone who takes my phone will give it back. It drinks every 3 seconds. I was a phone operator in last life, or maybe in next life they're preparing me for one. I'm not sure there'll be a phone in the next life, but you're asking me, Adit is part of a team. Yes, he is an extended part of a team. He hosted our event in Bombay last Wednesday. You happened and then you hosted it, right? This is my other company's event, and he does host a lot of events, but yes, he is an independent anchor, and he does that. So let me not waste time, and we have a session, but I just want to say that thank you for giving your Sunday to us and to your profession, because you'll meet your colleagues. For us, BW Legal World is it's our youngest initiative. It's 29 months. It's our 30th month running. Yesterday, we had the global GC summit, and it's a IP that we believe will grow very big. We had 73 of the GCs there, either represented by themselves, or I think 3 or 4 of them by the representatives, not themselves. For a first year of a physical event, it was the second year of the GC 100. Mr. Dubey, we missed you, and I did ask, why are you not here? and you got the explanation. So also today we are celebrating our legal 30 under 30. We did the event virtually, but I really don't believe in virtual events. We used the virtual medium as much as we could during the 2 years of COVID. But one of the benefits of doing events is that you're able to do a handshake, have a cup of tea, coffee in the evening, maybe a beer also, whatever you prefer, but be able to have a conversation, know the person. Because it is not just about knowledge. You can get some inspiration. I got to know about a book from Justice Sikri, and I definitely pick it up. So I just want to say that this is a very young community. Ashima, Garima, Krishnend, and Anurag really are dedicated to that community. All other colleagues work across BW business world. So you'll see that we'll do more and more of what we have gone out and done in the last few weeks and months. We'll be launching our 40 under 40. And we were going to do our GC 100 next year on 18th March. But I was advised by some people after the event that February may be a better time to do it because March has lots of closing issues, plus April has lots of quarterly results coming. So February is a better day. So we'll do it on the 18th Feb next year. We were going to do it on 18th March. I discussed it with the team early in the morning. I'm like that. I wake up, I'm thinking of work. It's not work, it's fun. So we'll do it on 18th Feb next year, and we'll do the GLS around the same time. This is the third edition. The first edition was physical. It was on 12th December 2019 at the Imperial. The second edition was virtual, and this is the third edition. We clubbed it with the GC 100 because there are some people who are involved with both, and we thought maybe it's a good idea to do it back to back. But we'll evaluate that as we go along. So I don't want to stay between you and the next panelist. I can invite them. We are discussing how our in-house department, law firms, and courts how are they reinventing themselves post-COVID. Let me invite Mr. Pramod Dubey, who's a senior advocate, doesn't really need an introduction for this panel. Mr. Dubey, please give him a round of applause. He was also a jury member in our GC 100, and I definitely missed him yesterday, and I was hoping he'd show up any moment, but I think there was some communication gap. Ms. Meghna Mishra, who's a partner at Karanjawala and Company, Mr. Manoj Kumar Pathak, Mr. Manoj Kumar, who's the founder of Hamura IP and Solomon. He's joining us virtually. Okay, that's the beauty. And is Ms. Pathak not joining us? She was there yesterday. So I'll sit there and moderate this session. And again, we have all the stakeholders. We have 2 law firm owners, partners. We have a senior advocate who works with the law firms and with the legal ecosystem. So I'll get all 3 of them. But let me get Dubeji. We'll start by asking you, how were your last 2 years professionally in terms of the virtual courts? How was your experience? What are the practices that you took upon in the COVID phase, which you still believe has some value? And post-COVID, I hope COVID is behind us, they will still in some way be of use to the ecosystem.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, asking this question. I must mention to you, okay, I'm in litigation since inception of my practice. And I was the lawyer who was doing at least 15-20 matters per day. So the moment the COVID came, the entire country was clueless. The judicial system was clueless. They were not knowing which direction we are moving. And suddenly there was an order by the Supreme Court and our own High Court for the closure of the court. And we are not knowing whether we are going to continue with this practice or not, because there was a fear everywhere. There was fear, apprehension in the mind of the people of this country, especially Delhi, which is having the all the tribunals and the courts, 3-tier courts. Everything was there, and we are not confined only to one court. So we are practicing in one forum, another forum. So we are moving from one forum to another forum. So I must say that this is the initiative of our own High Court. This technology they developed in the short span of time in the Supreme Court, and they developed this technology, and then we came to know about this Zoom meetings, then WebEx meetings. So many things came into the picture, and they slowly they started the working of the codes. They started in the phase manner, and we adopted this system. I must say that I have the science background, so I'm from the old school of thought and the very conservative thought. So my father was a college teacher. My uncle was also physics professor. So I've been taught by them to read less, write more. So I had developed the habit of the writing all these things and doing everything in physically. So, and I was very reluctant in doing everything through technology. I was very reluctant when I joined my office, the chamber of Mr. Siddharth Luthra. He was in the process of developing this technology in his office. I was very reluctant, and he always used to say, no, you start learning all the things, you do the work in the computer. And but I believe in the doing everything in the pen and pencil and doing myself. So I would rather say that this COVID proven as a blessing in disguise, because people like me who taught, who learned the user of the technology, and it was very handy because, and I would say that the solicitors who were briefing us, and especially the law firm, they were so advanced and so trained. They started sending the file, and the file was well managed. There was a bookmark. So once you go and you click, then you will find the pages where you desire, and you can easily argue. And then we found this is my first experience. We found the benefit of the sharing the document, because in the COVID time I got an opportunity to argue a final matter before the CBI court. I was very reluctant arguing the matter because I was planning to delay the matter by one reason to another reason, but the learned presiding officer insisted me, no, Mr. Dubey, we start arguing, we start arguing. Then I said, sir, it is not possible, I will argue physically. And he said, no. You have to argue and there is no option, you start. So in that process of my argument, I came across this sharing the document and how you read and the marking the documents. You can write so many things. So this is all together the different kind of the technology we got during the COVID. The second thing also, I would say, the learners, and they were learners, they also got involved, but there were some old thoughts of these lawyers who got deprived from this COVID, because they were generating their work only in coming to the court. Like they are sitting in their seats, not in the chamber. They don't have the permanent clients. They have the uh, clients who walking clients come suddenly, and they'll get the brief and they will argue the matter. So that kind of the one sect and the class of the lawyers, they got deprived from their practice through this COVID.
Mr. Dubey, let me ask you a very straight question. Do you prefer a physical hearing? Is that what you're saying? Or you're now more comfortable with virtual hearing?
Now I have adopted this virtual hearing, but I'm very fond of arguing the matter, doing the matter physically, because you have the eye-to-eye contact, and you can easily read the mindset of the judge. And in the my experience is not arguing for the n number of time. Your art should be where to start, where to stop, and that you can do only if you are physically and physical contact with the judge. Number one. Number two, the problem we have faced, that is also the one of the drawback this virtual hearing. Suppose the one side of the lawyer is arguing and you want to put your argument and you are interrupting, then the message would go to the bar, no, you are disrupting the lawyer, you are very aggressive, you are creating the nuisance. But in the physical, you can easily say, yes, I want to say something, and the judge will pay the attention.
Mr. Dubey, also a lot of my friends who have similar backgrounds as you, who are seniors or are part of law firms, and they said you needed to prepare more for a virtual hearing than you did for a physical hearing. You needed to be sharper in a virtual hearing than you were because you could be spontaneous in a physical hearing. Give us your
rather,
nuanced viewpoint.
I would say you need more preparation for the physical hearing and less for the virtual hearing, because the virtual hearing you have everything. I just mentioned you have the pages, you have bookmarks done, everything is done, the judgment is there, and you can immediately share the relevant portion of the judgment before the court. And so I would say the physical hearing is tougher than
अच्छा मतलब billing किसमें ज़्यादा होगी?
a billing
ये
is the
बताइए।
virtual hearing. Of course, the billing would be the virtual hearing, because suppose the solicitor wants to have the conference and want to get the opinion, so they don't need to come, and you can use. And in the virtual hearing, my experience, the day came to me only on that day. I did the 4-5 matters together, because one matter finished, just another system is open, you do the
Zoom
another
from Zoom.
So that's the benefit for the lawyer, who can earn the more money through the virtual. But the physical, it is very difficult, because you cannot travel from one place to another place.
So what would you prefer? Let's say it's the same money and everything. What would you prefer, Mr.
Dr.
Dubey?
Batra, see, the judicial systems is basically interrelated with the bench and bar. If you had the good assistance from the bar, the judges will deliver the good judgment, and there would be the real end of the justice. What we have seen during the COVID time, lot of good lawyers, they were present before the various high courts. Even the lawyer who are living abroad, they address the court. And I would simply give one example. It's out of context. When I was visiting my home place, that's the interior part of Bihar. It's a border with the Nepal and UP. So one of my villagers asked, sir, I have the dream to watch this proceeding. I never seen the Supreme Court proceeding, and they easily witness how the Supreme Court is working. So the virtual hearing gives you the justice at the door. One thing is also clear, ki you can argue the matter. You are wherever you are in the entire world, you can join the proceeding. You can address the court, and the court will get the best assistance from the member of the bar.
Understood. I'll come to some nuanced viewpoint, but let me bring in Ms. Mishra, who is the managing partner at Karanjawala and Company. And again, the litigation reduced. I mean, it increased initially, and then corporate activity and corporate litigation reduced. And you're a litigation firm primarily, with lots of corporates being your clients. Is it fair to say that the litigation activity is back to its pre-COVID levels? Is that a fair comment to make? First. Second is, what are the nuances that you learned during the virtual hearings, which are even relevant for what you are doing in a pre-COVID setting or now in a post-COVID setting?
So I think there was a fair amount of litigation that went on, things like bank guarantees and contracts where you needed emergent relief. Those are cases which wouldn't wait. So those were the kind of cases that kept us fairly busy during the virtual litigation time. But what I do find now is that the buzz is back. Also, you have the period of limitation. So where clients had the option of waiting it out for 6 months to be able to file physically, some matters people did opt to wait. That said, I think when we are talking basically about the Delhi High Court, and that's where I practice, I think we need to acknowledge what they have managed to do. And in some ways, the Delhi High Court was ahead of even Supreme Court in that sense, because it was able to put in systems much quicker. And I don't know if and this is something I want to share, that there were already a few e-courts in the Delhi High Court where the judges, although there were only 4 at that time, so on the original side and a couple on the arbitration, where judges were already endeavoring to make the switch from a physical file that is kept in the High Court to reading that brief virtually. So given that broad system, which was already in place, it was much easier to transition in that sense. But as a solicitor firm, as a firm that briefs a lot of seniors like Mr. Dubey, I think one challenge that we did face was when, so, for example, some our senior is arguing and there's a point that we want to convey. We were relying on, say, a WhatsApp messaging or a chat one-to-one, which many a times the seniors were not able to look at. So that was the challenge that I felt. But personally, I think the hybrid is here to stay, and I'm hoping and urging that it remains an option at least. And For varied reasons, you could have people who are joining from another city, from another country. There are also instances where people may be personally going through something at that time, and it's not just a gender thing. Someone could be anxious, someone could be suffering from ill health, or you could just be a new parent, and you want to, for a period of time, not be constantly in the mainstream of litigation. If we give hybrid an option, I think that would be great. And also, as a law firm, I think a lot of firms have now reevaluated and are revisiting what is it that we want from our colleagues. Is it just physical presence, or is it okay to just work from home and deliver? Because at the end of the day, what you want is relief for the client, and how you get there, how that journey. So that's, I think, a philosophical, deeper uh,
Shift.
shift that all firms are looking at. And of course,
It's happening
Karanjawala
in
is
every
always,
business.
yeah.
And a media business, 300 people work with me. And I must say there are advantages of physical, but I think hybrid is here to stay.
Yes.
So maybe 3 days a week people come. When they're needed, they come. When,
Yes, I think it needs
yeah,
to
so,
not be need.
but I want to ask you some nuanced question.
Please.
In your view, if you had to, before I bring Mr. Kumar into the conversation, if you had to sum up, if you have to say, what is the post-COVID world from a legal standpoint? What is that post-COVID world? What are the change scenarios? Hybrid is one of them. How do you deal with colleagues in the office in terms of an office setting? How many days should they be present? And a friend of mine called Paul Dupuy is the MD of Randstad in APAC. He calls it presenteeism. People are present at work, but not necessarily contributing. Do we want presentism or do we want contribution? That's a larger debate. But from a legal community, what are the changes that have happened in the mindset of, say, Ms. Mishra, Mr. Karanjawala? What has changed for the community? Apart from what he's talked about, virtual hearings, you talk about whether to get office colleagues in, not what else has changed? How do you define this post-COVID scenario for the legal community?
Well, I think the first would be just the way you prepare the brief itself, your interaction with your clients. All of that has moved through a virtual platform for almost, I would say, 80% of the cases, which is a huge number. Of course, there are still matters where you want to sit across, where things are a little bit complicated, and it's not just 100 documents that you're sifting through. So there you may still prefer a physical presence. But supposing I have a client sitting in Mumbai who's fairly busy, but equally at the same time wanting to go ahead with the matter in Delhi. So a late night Zoom call or an early morning call gets the things started.
And what is it? And I'm going to ask real questions. I don't believe in doing panels which are like very good to discuss. How has it impacted your billings? Does the virtual consultation is the same fee?
For the firm, yes.
Yes. Okay. So mostly Mr. Saraf is also here, and because also because you don't have, for example, like a counsel, and correct me if I'm wrong, if they're not traveling, the fees are lower, right? And during the early days of COVID, the council fees had dropped, right? I think you would be in a better position, but whatever little I understand of this domain. Let me bring in Mr. Kumar into the conversation.
Just two things there I just wanted to add very quickly. I know we're running out of time. So, for outstation matters, obviously it's not an outstation fee. Then you're looking at your regular, what you would charge on a virtual platform, number one. And the other is fee in general. I think law firms across had given huge discounts and, just sharing that burden in the journey. So I think slowly things are trickling back to normal.
Fair enough. That's a good thing to know. And let me bring in Mr. Kumar. Mr. Kumar, how would you define a post-COVID legal scenario? What has changed and what has not changed? And how do we prepare for the future?
Thank you, Anurag, for having me virtually, although I see that you are a very strong believer in a physical form, and I regret because of some prior engagement in the day, could not join physically. Coming to your question, what COVID has taught us as law firms, and which is going to be there to stay with us for all times to come, is to keep is to keep a focus or increase the focus on what value we bring to the clients. We should remember that COVID was not only difficult times for us; it was also difficult time for the business community as well. And therefore, we were on the learning curve with the clients as well, with the general counsels. And a couple of things that happened very clearly, and I want to just add to what Mr. Dubey said, is the judicial system is not just meant for the bench and the bar, but the most crucial piece there is the litigants. And therefore, both the bench and the bar have to serve the litigants. And the virtual hearing, or whatever the COVID period taught us, brought in a much more increased value to litigants. Cost, as you discussed just now, outstation matters. There was a lot of saving of costs. Generally, the legal community accommodated in terms of reduced fees during the COVID period. Even actually, when the virtual hearings were happening, not only the general counsel, but everybody in the value chain in that dispute, be it the business team or the finance team, whoever is the appropriate team concerned, they were all able to be virtually present. Therefore, it brought about a lot more accountability for the lawyers, and so on and so forth. We have discussed about the virtual hearing bit already. So I think it's a boon, and it's here to stay, definitely. That one. Secondly, I think as law firms, we, at least for us, we have reworked our HR policies to accommodate virtual working for the team. Even as I speak, 40% of our team is, they have just not decided to come back, but the delivery has gone up so much in terms of quality that we don't really want to disturb the apple cart. As long as you are able to deliver to the clients, deliver to the work, I think the physical footprint in law practice is a matter of a gone era. So therefore, virtual working, what we are likely to look for amongst the workforce and lawyers is their knowledge and acceptability of technology, digital working. Artificial intelligence is already playing a big role for both the in-house community as well as the lawyers, and therefore helping the quality of work post-COVID, both in transactional law as well as in disputes. And so these are some of the thoughts that I had on the post-COVID
I want
scenario.
to bring Mr. Saraf and some of the young people whom I know in the audience into the conversation, but one comment from all three of you, and I'll start with you, Mr. Kumar, is for young lawyers, there are some people I know who won in 30 under 30, and I can see them because we announced the list a couple of weeks back, and we did a virtual felicitation, is what is required in terms of new skill sets for people who are joining the profession, or even for people who've been very well entrenched in the profession. What are the new skills you need to add? And I'm not talking technology, and all those are, of course, given. You got to keep pace with technology, whatever business you're in.
I think some areas where there is a sharp focus on the learning curve for all of us across whatever levels we are is the ability to communicate. As Mr. Dubey was saying, that in physical hearings, a lot of us find it easy to read the mind of the judge or the face of the judge. Law practice is about communicating with the clients, communicating with the other side, in negotiations, communicating with the judges. I think there's a huge space there for reworking in the virtual and the digital space of the working that we're getting into. Is the way to communicate, and to how much to listen, what to speak, when to speak, how to read properly the scenario. I think this is an area which is definitely going to be a very crucial area, and therefore an exposure on a junior or a mid-level or even a senior on some of these soft skills are very, very important.
Thank you so much. And, you know, I would like to ask Ms. Mishra, of course, experience matters. Reputation of the senior matters. In my litigation, you know, one of my law firm partners is here, and we worked with them for 20 years. They won a very important litigation for me. How well the senior is prepared matter. Face value matters. I've heard it for 20 years. Do you think post-COVID, is the face value syndrome, does it stay or it is diminished? Let me ask you a real question, Ms. Rishra. I don't want to take the name of those seniors, but you know where I'm
No,
going.
yes, I understand. And, seniors who have a face value also have it because they are that good.
They're that good. I agree. They
Okay, so
prepare, they're
I
meticulous.
would, and I think, but this whole syndrome of face value is something that was more pertinent 10 years ago. The new judges that we now have, they are not really looking. So it's not something that is a COVID related thing, but, and of course, Mr. Dubey would be probably a better person to answer, but from someone who observes
You
senior
completed
counsel.
a year and a month of being a senior, right?
I got designated on 19th March 2021.
Yeah, so a year and 2 months.
Yeah.
No.
And so far as the face value is concerned, you can't say that all the judges go by the face value. So every judge has different limitation and the different way of judging the matters. So the face value, yes, of course, the face value matters in the judicial system, but this post-COVID, I would say rather if you are arguing virtually and the judges are addressing you, Mr. Dubey, because they have read already your name when you are addressing. So the client will say, no, 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 my lawyer is known to the judge and judge has addressed him, Mr. Dubey. So I'm in the safe hand. So this is also one of the, I would say, the good thing in the virtual hearing, you are being recognized day by day, and the recognition matters in the judicial system because you carry lot of reputation. The judges make their mind ki what kind of the lawyer you are, whether you are thorough with the brief or not, whether you are honest with the brief, honest with the judge, honest with the litigants. So all these factors matters in your judicial
Oh, sure.
system.
At the end of the day, judges are also human beings. Right?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if
They
you're a
haven't come
Every
well-prepared,
system,
yeah,
yeah.
if you're a well-prepared lawyer,
It matters in every
that's
profession.
what
Matters everywhere.
I mean, I
Everywhere.
do this for a living, but in mentally, I'm preparing for a session all the time. If I'm doing a session, you know, if you don't prepare, it does make a difference in a negative way.
But ultimately, end of the day, the court craft is very important.
Of course, of
How
course.
you are behaving yourself in the court, because you have to so many things to balance. First, you have to be master of the facts and the master of the law. You should be thoroughly briefed, number one, and prepared. Second, you have to also see the what kind of the argument being addressed by
Spontaneous.
the
You got to be
by
spontaneous.
the
You got
by
to
the
think on
side opposite, then the query being put by the court.
Yeah.
So you have to manage the court, judges, the opposite counsel, the litigants, and the brief, especially the solicitor, because the solicitors completely relied upon you. So
Sure.
you have to deliver.
That's true today also.
Yeah.
Ms. Mishra, in terms of a lot of law firms are downsized, and I'm being real. I know, Mr. Saraf, you were busy growing your law firm then, but a lot of firms are downsized. And I'll not bring the name. Then, you know, do you think the hiring in the law firms will pick up, as you said, the legal activity, both in terms of mergers, acquisitions, investments, litigation, is coming back or is almost come back? Do you think the hiring will pick up?
I think it already has. And that said, I must also say that I feel very, very blessed in a sense to be associated for so long with Karanjawala and Company. We did not downgrade, did not remove a single associate or staff, and the firm stood by, it was a cementing process, this whole thing, in whoever was unwell, families. So in a sense, the firm really came together a lot stronger, and we are already hiring. And I just wanted to say that even the hiring process has been done online, virtual interaction with an intern whom I actually hired, because she was constantly on email, on Zoom calls. So we felt that she would be a good addition. So why not?
Yeah.
So
So let me take one or two questions from the audience if there are others. Otherwise, I'll wrap up we have the pleasure of having Mr. Dubey here. We have the pleasure of having Mr. Kumar here and Ms. Mishra. Any comment, any question you would have? Any comment, Mr. Saraf? The gentleman here, I don't know you personally. If you could tell us your name and your bank balance. No, sorry.
Yes.
Your name of the firm.
I think my name is just behind you. If you look around, Kunal Tandon.
You're Kunal Tandon, okay.
So
when I grow up, I want to be like you.
really?
I used to joke there can be a Forbes. Why can't there be a Batras? But we are business world, but joking. Jokes apart.
Well, you've created it. It's all over the place.
No, I did acquire business world. I did not create it.
So for Meghna ji, Dubey ji, and Mr. Kumar, have you really shifted from physical briefs to virtual briefs? What I mean is, have you started reading briefs on your iPads, or is it still physical briefs?
So far as my office is concerned, we have completely shifted to the virtual. All the files are scanned and put in the PDF form and they shifted to the system. So wherever we are, and my colleagues are there, my junior consuls are there, briefing consuls are there from my in-house. They all are having the brief, and we mostly doing on the virtual things. So we have completely shifted.
So
Thank
mean
you
to
for
say the
asking.
judge, sorry, Aman. You mean to say the judge will say, please go to page number 1783 and you'll just...
No, Kunal, you must be knowing because you are a regular practitioner everywhere. The software we are coming across every day, the software, they are improving and we are not getting any problem. And parallelly, we are also having the physical brief.
As
So
a backup,
there is
you
no
do have-
problem at all. We are not finding any kind of the problem by arguing the matter before the court.
Ms.
Well,
Mishra.
the question I asked this question is because I haven't been able to shift. That's
Sure.
why.
I am a very. I do.
You are
I-
shortly,
I
you
mean-
are shortly going to shift because you are going to be designated shortly by the Supreme Court.
Oh, really?
So I hope that you are going to follow the same path.
Well, I
Ms.
haven't
Mishra, your
applied
comment on this?
So, briefs which you have marked on the virtual, where you've prepared virtually, there, I personally don't want to use the physical file. But that said, the earlier matters which were 10 years old and are now coming up because, finally the court is taking up the full list. So those matters, I will still prefer to use my marked set. So going forward, I don't see myself going back to, referring to volumes. Also, it's very tedious to just carry all of that all over. It's very quick, you have like sir said, it's all bookmarked. So it's much quicker.
For lighter side, one thing I would like to say, if you go to the High Court and if you go to the exit gate, there is a tree, neem tree. You'll find there is a permanent car by Karanjal and company. A lot of the files were there. So you'll find at least 40, 50 bags there lying the Karanjal and company. Then the same,
lined up by Karanjawala
yeah,
cars.
occupied. So
Maybe we'll have lesser of those now.
Yes, we already
And
have
Mr.
lesser.
Kumar,
Those
your
are mostly the regular matters. And like I said, it's the matters which were filed pre-COVID. But as a backup to that, even now we are maintaining a physical brief. I would not lie on the
Either,
platform.
it's not either or, it's and.
Yeah.
and Mr.
One
Kum-
copy is definitely being maintained physically.
Mr. Kumar, your final comment?
Yes, as a firm, we are 100% working on digital files, soft copies. And to answer Kunal's question, there are technologies available which take you to page number 1171 in seconds when you need. So it's just a matter of taking the dive. Of course, having said that, wherever physical files are being filed as a matter of process, physical briefs, and if we have to go for a physical hearing per force, we of course rely on physical files, but as working, we are 100% digital.
Okay, the gentleman there wants to ask a question. Thank you for that question.
Good afternoon. My name is Manish Kumar Mishra. I am associate partner with Intel Advocate, and I am in litigation for last 15 years. So I just want to add one comment to your query when you asked that what has changed for young lawyers from switching from physical to virtual. Now, the point which I am making and want to add here is that when you are appearing before court by way of virtual mode, your visibility is higher. So you are watched by so many people as compared to when you are appearing in court with limited number of people. So the pressure is too much to perform and to be fully prepared on merit before judge, as well as the colleagues, as well as the clients. So that the comment.
Thank you for bringing that nuanced point of view.
Thank you.
If the yes, the young boy here.
Good evening, sir, to all of you. My name is Anand Prakash Gautam, and I'm a student of law in second year. I would like to add a question that in current scenario, we have seen in COVID situation, all the hearing was online. And being a student, how can we learn that how to prepare a physical hearing and online hearing? There should be a subject, or if we go to an internship, we have seen our senior advocate is responding to the judges and we can't interrupt. So how we can learn that?
Good question. Thank you.
See, you are a student and you are doing the internship. Internship does not mean that you are learning so many things in the closed house. If the hearing is going on virtually, you are getting more opportunity to watch so many lawyers apart from the chamber you have joined, and you can learn how they are responding the court query, how the courts are behaving, and in that scenario also you can watch the proceeding of the so many courts. So rather, I would say, barring the cross examination in the court, you are getting the opportunity to learn every field through the virtual hearing. So there is only one thing where you are being deprived, that is the cross examination. And the cross examination also plays very vital role in the, especially in the criminal jurisprudence and the criminal jury system, because the entire case is based on the cross examination. That I do agree with you. Yes, you are being deprived, you are not getting the opportunity to learn the cross examination. But other thing is concerned, you are I would rather say that's the boon for you to learn so many things. Because when I had joined the bar, apart from my matters, I used to go to the court and watch so many proceedings and make the notes, write down the citations and do the preparation myself, and reading the file, what kind of the argument they have advanced, immaterial whether the matter was not pertaining to my chambers. So in the from the virtual hearing, you can learn so many things, and you can learn. You have the opportunity to hear so many lawyers. Like suppose you are getting the opportunity to hear Mr. Gopal Subramaniam, Mr. Harish Salve, Dr. Singhvi, Mr. Rohtgi, so many stalwarts. You will learn so many things, how they are tackling the courts, giving the answer, and how prepared they are. So this is a good thing for you.
And life is a trade-off. In everything, there's something positive, something negative.
Yeah, just one thing, if I may add, Anand, what you can do is be more involved in the preparatory to the hearing. And that's where you will learn. So, when you prepare the case law note or the factual note or do the research, that's what goes into behind each hearing. And that's also something that you need to learn before you just go out there and, start arguing your briefs. So.
Final, any comment, Mr. Kumar, and I'll wrap this up.
Yeah, I guess it's a way of looking at things, whether the glass is half full or half empty. To a young friend, after all, training during internship is about learning the way lawyering is likely to happen in the times to come when he graduates, and it is the digital and virtual way of lawyering that is likely to come up. So I guess we should grab it with both hands.
Thank you so much. Please.
One last, if
Okay.
allowed.
Yes. I don't want to cut you off today. Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you think I have a
Sorry.
problem with you.
So my name is Farhat Ali Khan. To the panel, during the COVID times, we've seen, particularly regarding the criminal matters, application of bails, the regular criminal trials, the domestic trials, there could have been a very slow disposal rate. How do we deal with this kind of a situation when, there's a large amount of court proceedings conducted virtually? Because these are matters at the district levels, at the high court levels, not at the Supreme Court level entirely. So, and these relates to direct, human rights matters, etc., all across. How do we deal with these kind of cases virtually?
There are different kind of the matters, especially in the criminal matters. So one category like you have the NIA matter, you have the officer secret matters. Officer secret matter, mere position of the secret document itself an offense. So you cannot argue the matter through the virtual things. And but even in the virtual, you can put the person in the lobby whosoever is related with the matter, and you can easily argue the matter when there were some matter was going which was a basically rape matter. So the other counsels were put in the lobby and the matter and the judges directly interacted with the parties. So there is so many way to go all the things. The I has already mentioned the only problem is coming, that is the cross examination, nothing else. And apart from the cross examination, the court is going smoothly and we are doing. And uh,
So not just the high profile NIA or other these kind of matters, the regular domestic matters, the civil trials, the criminal trials, the application for bails which are pending in different districts.
no, the bail so
that
far
could have been severely
no, so far as
impacted.
the disposal of the bail is gone, it is the very high. And you see, even in the last moment, you can file, you can submit any document, the citation judgment, you can file in the late night, and the judges are more prepared. So the rather the virtual hearing has helped increase the disposal rate. And our Delhi High Court, I would say Delhi High Court has done a fantastic job during the COVID time, and they have in the short span of time they have increased their disposal rate. So we don't find any kind of the problem in through the virtual hearing. Rather, we'll say, no, we have increased our the disposal rate. So suppose you are having the conference with your senior counsel, the arguing counsel in the late evening, and he advises, no, you filed this document, you should have filed. So prepare the index and file. So immediately, if you are able, you can do within half an hour, the file will go to the judge through the court master, and the judges are prepared. Even during the course of the hearing, you can send the document. So that is in the physical hearing, you have to file at the counter, you get the diary number, then we go to the concerned registry and the clerk, then he will tag the file in the main file, then will come. So it will take at least 2-3 days, but here you are getting within 20 days, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So the disposal rate is high. I can't accept these things. No, disposal is not going to. Disposal is high, except the cross examination.
Thank you so much. I'll have to wrap this up. Okay, I hate to say no to anyone,
Just,
especially not here.
I would just agree what Mr. Dubey did mention. In virtual, what has actually happened is that the last minute filings also have taken place by email, and they had very smoothly and seamlessly been put to the screen of the honorable benches as well. I have in few cases worked very closely during the virtual period with Mr. Dubey, and he has been very actively doing this, and very smoothly and seamlessly these activities have taken place. Yes, in few cases, I would say in commercial suits where now there are 4 parts and the volumes have really increased there, while arguing it becomes a little bit of difficulty of referring to and going to that page as what Kunal did mention. But besides few hurdles over there, I don't think there was any problem in conducting the hearings virtually.
Thank you for that comment.
Mr. Kapoor, you must have seen our High Court judges. They are so experienced in the technology. If you mention the document within a second, they won't take them even the minute to trace the document, and they will say, yes, come. I have got the relevant document, relevant file, and you argue the.
So we'll get better.
We are well advanced. Our Delhi High Court is well as advanced in the technology.
The rest of the country can buck up for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Please give Mr. Kumar, Mr. Dubey, and Ms. Mishra a big round of applause. As I keep saying, clapping is good for your heart muscles. Do it for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Batra and the entire BW team. Especially the Garima and Ashima and Mr. Joshi.
उसका नाम भूल जाते तो बहुत problem होता
No, he will. I don't want to blacklist it. So thanks everyone.
Well, also everybody, please give a huge round of applause to Dr. Batra for moderating the session. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, and all our panelists. Very quickly, moving on to our next panel, it's on PE/VC deal making, current trends and legal risks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage a panelist for the same. Mohit Saraf, founder and managing partner, Saraf and Partners. Seema Jingan, partner and co-founder, Lex Counsel Law Offices. Deepti Lavya Swain, a partner, HSA Advocates. Anish Chapuriar, partner, AKS Partners, and the session will be moderated by Kunal Tandon, Legal Counsel, Delhi High Court and Supreme Court of India, and Managing Partner, Tandon and Co. Please collectively give them a huge, huge round of applause.
Hello, friends. I'm going to be the moderator for this tough topic. Why I say tough is because it's tough for me. I'm a litigation counsel and I'm asked to moderate a private equity oblique venture capital legal trends and current trends. So I am going to be asking a lot of questions to the panelists here along with you. So I think I'll leave it to the panelists to introduce themselves. Mr. Saraf, everybody knows. I'll give it to Mr. Saraf first.
I think we've been introduced. I think we can get started.
Yes. So I think we'll do 5 minutes each speaker, and then after that we'll take the questions. Yeah. You want to start?
I thought you'll go to ask a lot of questions. But let me give you a big picture first. I think maybe today, if you look at Indian economy, in 75 years, we have got to $2.9 trillion. Today we are. And if you look at the projections for next 15 years, and I'll give you the maths so that you're able to, and I'll go slowly so you can understand and appreciate the importance what we're talking about. So it is expected in next 10, 15 years, we will be $10 trillion GDP. GDP is gross domestic product. You basically, all of us, what we are working as services, good we produce, we keep adding that, and that's what get to gross domestic product. So today we are at $3 trillion. Let's assume 2.9, $3 trillion. We'll get to $10 trillion. So we're going to add $7 trillion in next 15 years. $7 trillion. And the maths of how do you add, because when you add GDP numbers, you add on two accounts. You improve productivity. If you start improving productivity, your GDP adds, or you add new areas of production. So generally, what is believed is that to add $1 of GDP, you need 55 cents of investment. So when I'm talking about $7 trillion to be added, you're talking about $3.5 trillion of investment. Just imagine the scope we are talking about. So next 15 years, we will add what? $3.5 trillion of investment in India. Now, typically, when you look at that, 70% of that will come from debt and 30% will come from equity. So you're talking about $3.5 trillion of investment in next 10, 15 years. Out of that, $2.5 trillion coming from debt and $1 trillion coming from equity. And if you look at equity, what are the really equity issues? You have FDIs and you have private equity, or you have domestic funds. So really, if you're thinking about the scope of private equity, I think that's first important thing is you have to understand the scope of private equity. The scope of private equity, that this private equity is going to be so active in next 10, 15 years, we are expecting private equity to contribute 0.5 to 0.6 trillion dollars of investment into India. Therefore, this is very important. If this money doesn't come, we don't ever get to $10 trillion. So this is the importance of private equity, because domestic savings are high and a lot of domestic savings get to investment through mutual funds and things like that. But really FDI and private equity and domestic capital will fill in that $1 trillion. So this is very, very important. So that is the first part. So private equity is here to stay. In I would say last quarter, because of global crisis, because of inflation rates, because of interest rate hiking, because of certainty of liquidity squeezing, we found some drop in the private equity investment into India, 27%, it's down, but this is a long way to go. So I would say the scope and scale of private equity investment will continue to grow in. Now, basically, if you think about a private equity, what do they really do? They contribute capital to business. And just like a lawyer, let's think about it. If they contribute, what do they have? So basically, they're out of money. The money is already gone in the company. So what do they have? They have rights under law. So they have minority protection rights. They have certain rights under law. They have rights as a shareholder. They have right as a director. So they have rights. So what do they look at it? They look at enforceability of these rights, right? You have a right of freedom of speech, but nobody respects you. It has no value, right? So what you care about is, when you look at a private equity, you look at rights, what they have. So they have rights, contractual rights, they have statutory rights. And therefore, enforceability of contractual rights become very important, and enforceability of statutory rights become very important. If you look at, like a few months back, there was a Z case where a private equity investor wanted to enforce its right, because under Companies Act, you have a right to call the shareholder meeting, and that investor was not able to call. So therefore, what is the risk? The risk is enforceability of the rights. The second risk is, because the topic is private equity and the risk, so I thought maybe I can talk a little bit about the risk. The second really risk is enforceability of contract, because in all sophisticated jurisdiction, it takes probably under 1 year to enforce your right in the lowest jurisdiction or lowest courts. But in India, it takes 4.25 years. So really, if you have a right, but it comes after 4.25 years, the present value of your right is very low. And that is what puts stress on the private equity. So really, the regulatory risk is separate. I think we can talk about that. But I think the most important risk is enforcement of your existing contractual right. And therefore, judicial reform becomes very, very important. Having a right means nothing. If you can't enforce your right within the time period, it means nothing, because really, at the end of the day, that is what you care when you are investor. You invest, when you're an investor, when you put money in the mutual fund, your father looks at the NAV every week. So what do you care about is your NAV, the value. If you can't enforce right, there's no NAV. And that's the reason. So I would say that's the way I thought I'll give you an introduction.
Yeah, so let me just ask you a question in respect of enforceability. Lots of times we have governing law clauses and jurisdiction clauses. There are jurisdiction clauses where the seat of arbitration could be, let's say, Singapore, and governing law could be English law. How do we deal with these kind of situations when we are sitting in Singapore, applying English law? But Singapore is a very neutral country where English law can be easily applied. Let's say we are sitting in India and English law is to be applied, or we are sitting in America and English law is to be applied. How to deal with those kind of situations in these kind of contracts and enforceability per se?
Under public policy, one party has to be a foreign party to have an ability to select a foreign law. Two Indian parties cannot select a foreign law. So that's fun part. I'm talking about a substantive law. But let's assume there is one party which is a foreign party, one is a domestic party, and the substantive. And there are two types of law. One is a procedural law, which is an arbitration law, which can be anywhere. ICC, SIAC, anything you can talk about. Indian Arbitration Act, that's one part. The other is a substantive law. A substantive law also can be anything. Really, at the end of the day, what do you care? What you care about is, if you look at the articles of association of a company, that has to be governed by Indian law, because that's an Indian law document. But otherwise, any law, a transaction can be governed by any law. What you need to do is only when you're interpreting rights and obligation of the parties, you need somebody who understands that. If you don't have that, and therefore if the transaction is I would say a upmarket transaction or a large scale transaction, $1 billion transaction, they are happy to have a foreign law because it's a little bit costly expense. But the advantage of a foreign law, not as an Indian lawyer, I should say, there is a predictability. It is, I think, Dr. Batra was talking about face value of a lawyer getting the outcome. That doesn't happen in more developed countries. Because how can a law be decided by face value of people? The law should be black and white. And that's the reason why a lot of people, when we deal with senior people, big investment, and we feel that Indian lawyers and Indian law is always a gray area. There's little black and white, most is gray area. And therefore, if the transaction is very high scale, then please have a foreign law. And this is the unfortunate part.
Thank you. Seemaji, your views, please.
And yeah. Then... So I'll go a little more deeply into the risk associated with private equity. What happens is, as a practicing lawyer and doing a lot of VC funding and private equity ventures, what happens is that there is a syndrome which is called investor falling in love with the transaction. That's the first. What happens here is then when there is a over enthusiasm about the strategic value of the transaction. It is uncertified, but there is an over enthusiasm about it, and which leads to a valuation which is possibly not based on the facts of the particular company. And this is a syndrome which happens when the due diligence. So in any private equity transactions, a due diligence, which is the financial, the legal, and commercial due diligences are done. And the three different entities do these due diligences. The issue is not whether the due diligence is done or not, or is done it properly or not. The issue is whether the red flags identified in those due diligences are adhered to or even taken into account by the fund managers. And this is a situation where the fund manager is absolutely fallen in love that this is the deal that we have to do. I'm going to give you an example where we were doing an investment for a VC company, an Italian VC company into India. The investee company was into food distribution. We had flagged a lot of red flags out there, but the biggest flag was, have you identified the inventory? Because the investment was largely valued not basis the immovable property, but the inventory cost, because there was cheese and perishable goods and food item, because the very backbone of the business was inventory. And when they did the physical verification, they realized that most of the product are going to expire in next 2 to 3 months. Some of the products have already perished. And consequent to that due diligence, they realized that the valuation that they had come up, it went 20% down because of the reassessment. So as legal advisors, we need to nudge our clients to look at the valuations, not only valuation, because that's your role is limited, but look at the not only the regulatory aspect of it, but also do mapping of the your partner, mapping of the industry that they are going to invest. That's the first aspect. Second aspect is a lot of time private equity funds or VC funds come into the company as minority. They could be 20%, 30%, 25%, but they come with a majority mindset. What does that mean? Basically, it means is that you're investing into the company, but you will get certain affirmative rights. You will get some voting rights. You will get a board seat. You will be participating in the shareholders meeting. But are you a fund who's happy with just that? And have you communicated that to the investee company? So there are a lot of instances when you come into the company, but you want to have a say into the operational aspects of the company. Has that been communicated to the promoters and the founders? Is there a gap in the mapping of the situation here? Make that part of the operations. A very interesting case that we handled, and it was one of the largest education company investment in 2012, 2013, where the Hong Kong-based PEP fund invested in the company, which was less than 25%, but they wanted every aspect of the operations to be managed and mapped and micromanaged. The founders were not ready for that. Ultimately, that relationship landed up in arbitration after 3-4 years of arbitration. it came to a conclusion. So map your expectation. What are you looking when you're investing into a company? And has that mapping been conveyed to the investee company? The third very important aspect is the liability mapping and liability assessment. Now, what typically happens is when you have done your due diligences and there are certain liability assessments, by that time, the commercials have already been finalized. The fund manager is very eager and insistent on closing the transaction. Well, what typically happens at that time is the lawyer's role have come at that point because they are going to now negotiate the indemnification rights, the liability rights. And that is a time when the investor and the investee company both are very impatient to close the transaction. That is where you have to put your foot down, because what happens is the usual question that comes from a PE investor is that, but you have a contract law, the damages are already covered, it's a statutory right, you can't take it away. Why do I need to spend 3 more days in negotiating indemnification? The answer is because indemnification gives you a far larger ambit of rights, which the damages would not. For instance, the third party rights, the consequential right ambit, the ability to not prove the actual losses and get through your indemnification. And to map those indemnification, you need to do due diligence. But how do you manage those? Have a deferred payment plan, have an escrow arrangements to manage the indemnifications. That is also that you can do. The other aspect is that India has a bad reputation that the private equity funds do not get exit rights. The exit rights are challenging. The exit rights are mapped in the agreement, but the actual ability to exit from the investee company is tough. And while the IPO is written, the buyback is written, the call options are written, a very interesting challenge which is happening is when you're making the promoter, when you're going to the investee company and asking the promoter, now I want to enforce these rights, the usual idea that if it's a foreign investment and foreign equity investment, is that these rights, which is the predetermined exit rights, are bad in policy. They're against the FEMA regulation and therefore unenforceable. So what Mr. Shah said, enforceability of, you spend 6 months in negotiating your contractual rights, and the enforceability of these rights become question marks. There has been some very good judicial decisions in the recent past where they've said that there is they have drawn a balance between the FEMA non-violation, the public policy, and balance it out with the rights of the investor. And they're very good judgments that I would encourage you to read them. So these are the things that when you're doing an investment into India or when you're doing an investment into India itself, there's some of the key issues. I can go on and on about the risk, but I think these are the initial risks that I would highlight. Thank you.
So as a litigation counsel, I've come across certain issues which are really liability assessment issues, I would put it as, like the taxation issue. And there have been times when retrospective taxations have been put on. How do you deal with those when you are actually sitting and negotiating? I mean, you don't know it's going to come, but there's a possibility of it. So how do you deal with
So
those?
that's an unforeseeable situation. But typically, if there is a foreseeability about the taxes being, there could be an exposure of taxes, because that's why you do financial due diligence. We usually typically advise the client to have a deferred payment plan or an or consideration on out basis. So certain milestones are achievable. So for example, you have a tax audit going on. You do not know which way this litigation will go or this audit will go. Then you have certain amounts which are you intending to invest based on the milestone of achievement of those tax litigation. Then you release those payments. So that is one of the way we advise deferred payment, earn out payment, or escrow arrangements.
What you basically asked was the change in law risk.
That's right.
Yeah. So change in law risk typically cannot be covered in a transaction document. No contracting party will write or underwrite a change in law risk. And therefore that is something every party has to agree and run
factor
at
in.
risk. In a transaction which involves government entities, then in such certain situation, particularly infrastructure projects, a lot of this change in raw risk stays with the government. Yeah, but not in a private sector. Private sector, whatever the law is the risk. You can, if there is a risk which is unidentified risk or which will come out of due diligence, the deferred considerations and other things can take care of it. But if it's a change in law risk, You can only buy an insurance package, or you have to go the treaty route claim, which is now no more really available. So those type of things are there.
Thank you.
Hi. So, it's very nice to hear about these risks. It feels like the first session also, coming on and reflecting on this second discussion. I agree there are a lot of risks involved in a private equity or, VC deal. And I would also like to highlight, some of the recent trends, especially in India, because, obviously large private equity deals do have a lot of diligence planning, and we actually as lawyers see that private equity deals come to the light of the day after we've been involved, for example, for the last 6, 9, 12 months. But these days, since the last few years, we've also seen a lot of VC activity. I think a lot of startups are getting a lot of highlightement and a lot of encouragement. And these days, VCs go ahead and make investments in startups basis even at an ideating stage. And I feel that also is a huge risk, but there is a potential that they are putting in money on. And versus a private equity deal, in a startup deal, involving a venture capitalist, funds who put in money in the range of generally 1 million up to say 10 million. There they're also investing in the founders, and knowing what has actually gone through. We saw some of the deals or recent news like the Bharat Pay event, and perhaps much more there. And I've seen that as a lawyer advising target companies as well as investors. People tend to close these deals incredibly fast on the basis of the idea. I strongly believe that there is a huge risk, even though that indeed is a trend, but that itself is a risk. And there perhaps may not be really an insurance for that. So I just wanted to make cautions to all those types of deals, obviously, and I pitch in wherever I can for those deals, highlighting what indeed should be a real risk and what indeed should be taken care of. Uh, but I believe the ecosystem now has evolved where for all these types of deals, startups and these types of target companies, which eventually become unicorns in very less period of time. They go through such levels of change in documentation so quickly, because the pre-series rounds and the series rounds, they happen amidst as low as 3-4 months. The old documents get done with, and promoters or founders, they kind of believe that the harsh clauses that were imposed by them on venture capitals perhaps will no more exist, and maybe things get worse off, sometimes better off in the next deal. I think that is also a mix of trend and a risk, and I really wanted to highlight that. My second point I wanted to talk about is in investments these days in technology and clean energy, including e-mobility. I think we've seen a lot of activity around that. We recently also saw the EV policy coming in. I take pride in having drafted that large 18,000 crore policy for the Niti Aayog. And immediately after that, we've seen that there is a huge market for electric vehicles, clean energy businesses, battery manufacturing. There was a time where we thought lithium ion was perhaps the only future, but now we see that there are so many different innovative technologies and chemistries coming in to pitch in. I wanted to really highlight this because the future indeed is clean energy, and you know, I really welcome investments in these areas. There is a lot of push by the government of India at various levels. You know, India is also one of the leaders and forefronts on establishing the International Solar Alliance. So I think we're going to really take the country forward, and you know, doing a lot of activity in these areas. And you know, I wanted to just touch about this trend as well.
So I just, especially keeping in mind the startups that you spoke about, there are times when these private equity players tend to take the majority stake from these promoters or founders, startups. So what are the duties, according to you, which the private equity owes to a minority founder person, according to you?
I'm glad that you asked this question because you know, the way the deals happen these days, and because it is at, let's say, at an ideating stage, you know, no real tangible asset really for making an investment. So lesser recourse in that sense. You know, the private equity player, if there is a risk or something happens, you know, you can't really have a right where you go ahead and try to sell that asset and bring in money to the company so that that can be paid to the private equity player. But you know, in these situations, what investors also do is you know, they release the equity of the founders in phased manners. You know, for example, 25% every year. There are lock-ins, etc. And you know, unlike a private equity deal, you know, a large billion-dollar transaction, perhaps, you know, in transactions which are, let's say, you know, sub 100 million, what happens is venture capitals do not really go and, you know, take rights. You know, that's again another trend. They don't take rights where they can actually go up to that, you know, 75% or 100% majority and try to, you know, take over the company. They are really encouraging towards the promoters, because I think, you know, that's the way forward. As I said, you know, these are not large tangible assets, and mind you that you know, startups and unicorns are really buzzwords for today and you know, for the foreseeable future. And if you don't really encourage you know, these minds, I think, you know, innovation will stop. So that is a very good way forward, is what I believe.
Right. Thank you. Anish?
Yeah, I think this is working. Yeah, thanks, Kunal. Pleasure to be part of the panel. I'd like to take a step back. I want to touch on the topic, why does anybody make an investment? Essentially to make returns out of it. Same goes with PE, VC. They're making an investment, they're betting on the company, they're betting on the founders to make money at the end of the day. The investment horizon of these investments are 5 to 7 years, typically. Then they likely would like to exit at a valuation they expected to exit at the first place. One of the trends that we've been seeing, although it may not be, but it's sort of become a thing to talk about, is the ESG norms or the ESG criteria, you know, which is environment, social, and governance at the end of the day. A lot of private equity and venture capitals and their limited partners and general partners have been sensitizing the founders about the importance of these criteria and how compliance of these also becomes an important issue. Certain LPs, limited partners, who are essentially the investors, the money guys, insist that founders and the company in which they are investing complies with at least global standards on ESG norms. Now, this has become, again, from a risk perspective, of course, in India at least, there is not any fixed law which mandates the private limited companies essentially to comply with ESG disclosures and the criteria. Recently, the BSRS has been released, where top 1,000 listed companies by market cap will need to essentially disclose their ESG compliance as per the
guidelines which has been issued. Now, this has become a thing where private limited companies, decently sized or even public unlisted companies could take cue from to ensure compliance. I think the reason why we are discussing ESG topic is, I think, because of recent commitment of India to become net zero carbon from a carbon footprint perspective by 2070. Now, this will result in huge amount of changes to the regulatory framework when it comes to environmental laws and including the social and governance norms. It could become stringent. It could become heavier penalties may be imposed as well in order to meet that commitment which the country has made. So I think from a risk aversion perspective, I think it's time that certain companies, certain heavily invested companies start actively complying with, even though they are not required to, voluntarily start complying with these ESG norms, global standards, to ensure that a future risk may just be avoided. This is something which also can be put it as part of disclosures to be made as part of the their MCA. I think there is also an MCA guideline, which although it's a voluntary guideline, the private limited companies and the public unlisted companies may not comply with it. I think that would be a good starting point for you to get the house in order in terms of ESG criteria.
Thank you for touching on that aspect. I think the question that I have in mind is that how do you balance out the return expectation with the ESG? So, because that's probably the most important thing any investor would look at.
Correct. I think, needless to say, of course, with compliance, the cost is also added. You need to appoint relevant officers at the company level. You need to ensure compliances are met in the timely manner it is expected to. However, we've seen this trend where an ESG compliant company tends to provide higher returns as compared to an ESG non-compliant company. And also, you need to also look at returns, not just from how much money is the LP limited partners or the VC funds are making. At the end of the day, you need to look whether or not the returns which other non-ESG companies or other non-invested companies have been making, what's the standard has been like. I'm sure in terms of returns, the ESG compliant companies would have fared a little better, both in terms of value addition that they would have done, not just to their finances, but also to the social cause of, at the end of the day, I think ESG will definitely drive the value and the valuations much better as compared to a non-compliant.
I also wanted to, answer your question. We as global citizens are, I think, moving towards sustainability and being responsible for, planet Earth. And I must tell you that while, of course, there is indeed a cost implication on ESG, but almost all large private equity players actually have a ESG policy, which is imposed on target companies for compliances. Of course, there are lots of to and fro's on those, but it is increasingly coming in. There are lots of ESG, agencies which are coming up and trying to help on, various factums of how you can do better ESG, and it will indeed reflect on ROI, because I think the possibilities of litigation is going to come down. If there is governance and the companies and employees and senior management, they are understanding the importance of governance. And not just focusing on business per se. I think, there are chances that, frauds or levels of frauds will come down, and these will eventually reflect in ROI, if not immediately, but perhaps, in the very near future.
Thank you very much. Anybody from the audience? Yes.
Good evening. One small question from Mr. Shah. With the math which you have shared in terms of investment and the growing GDP which we have proposed to have in our economy, going with the past trends, there has been the percentage of investments in terms of FDI, in terms of domestic capital, or in terms of private equity. Going forward, do you think there's going to be some change in the percentage, or is it going to remain the same?
That is very difficult for me to answer that question. But I would say the way I look at it is where the real money will come from. It'll come from, the largest will come from private equity. The second largest will come from foreign direct investments, particularly because of the PLI schemes. That is the second large part. The third will come from domestic sources, Indian business houses. And because if you look at today's, the saving rates in India is all-time high, and the amount of money which mutual funds are attracting is all-time high. So that is the third bucket the money will come from. So that's the way I look at it, but I don't know whether I'm knowledgeable enough to talk a little bit more about this. This is what I feel.
Yes. I have a question, but I just wanted to add a comment to, I think, a observation Mr. Saraf made. This was my actual experience in a pretty formidable and a prominent joint venture that I was doing. And one of the parties involved was the one which was in the news for a lot of issues regarding honoring of a put option. And the other side was an American corporation. And, they kept negotiating the joint venture agreement. But the Indian side was very clear that they will only have Indian law as governing law. And the American side was very clear they cannot have Indian law as the governing law. And it almost came to a point where chairmen of both large corporations had to take a decision, and both stuck to their position, essentially. And I think with everything that was happening till then, of course, situation is substantially improved. The parties actually decided to make that a deal breaker. And of course, when an American company wants to have a governing law as American law, and an Indian company wants Indian law, what do? You find a middle ground, which is English law. And so then the contract was essentially then agreed to be governed by English law. And, at that point in time, we did a comparative analysis with an English law firm to get to the conclusion that we are, as an Indian party, not worse off by subjecting ourselves to English law. And likewise, the American had to do the same. But what significant advantage that's happened after that is, I think, what you were also referring to, Seema. I think there have been some Supreme Court judgments which have further clarified the position that, violations of foreign exchange law and so on and so forth will not be used as a defense to, comply with the terms of the contract. So I think that's given further confidence. But it is a fact that even now, most American corporations do believe that you can't have Indian law as a governing law. It keeps changing. There's no certainty. And things can just move upside down in many ways and can create problems for future. So I think that's one observation. And one question for the panel, particularly say Kunal, you or the other litigators as well, and of course Mr. Saraf comes in with a lot of litigation experience now, is the fact that there's been an amendment to the Specific Relief Act to make now performance mandatory. And damages is an exception, and completely change the rule upside down what Specific Relief Act earlier said. Are we seeing that on ground, that the amendment to the Specific Relief Act sort of heavily weighing on the judges when they're enforcing contracts, or is that not really seeped in as yet?
I would just say on one part, the first part, I'll leave the Kunal to answer the second part. The first part, particularly when your contract is governed by English law, the advantage is that a lot of these public policy issues, which Seema was right, that the Delhi High Court has come out that cannot be a ground for, and they've also questioned on what locus did RBI get into a private dispute. So I would say that has improved, but still I would say it's a long way to go. You've seen so many cases, so many rights being unenforceable in India, and that's an advantage why you choose English law. And I think I'm not surprised that if it's a large corporation, then you can't. The problem is when we Indian lawyers give an opinion, it's all maybe opinion, because the law is all maybe. English lawyers give a movie yes and black, yes and no. Now, if you imagine you are a client who putting $1 billion to work in India, you have one side is a maybe opinion, and then they say, okay, we can get a good senior with a face value, he can probably get us a relief. That's the type of a memo you're giving. The other guy is saying it's clear. There's no question of maybe. This is black and white. So I would say the problem is the judicial system and the maybe system and the face value of very senior lawyers, which gets you a relief. And then because there is so much of backlog in the Indian legal system that you can enjoy the relief You can have 2, 3, 4 years. Enforceability of contract at first year takes 4.25 years. If that is the case, and that is the reason why people will prefer to go outside and follow an English law over Indian law.
And the sad and the sad part is that things haven't changed in terms of the acceptability and sensibility of foreign investors to Indian law. I mean, the 3 decades that I've been practicing, it hasn't improved any better, but with the retrospective enactments, it has gone downwards. It's a pretty sad state in terms of credibility. And the second part that we have is when it even comes to specific enforcement, which Kunal will add more, is the judicial delivery system in India is so pathetic. It's so slow that even if you have a wonderful right and a wonderful enactment which supports your right, how many years or how many decades, let me ask very openly, will it take to enforce that right? So you have a wonderful specific enforcement which has done away with the exemptions that they had, exceptions that they had earlier. The time of delivery system is so slow. And this is, we are talking about when we are practicing in Delhi and Supreme Court. What about the district courts? What about the states which are, the judges are not even appointed? So I think the enactments are one part of it. The enforcement and the delivery of that legal system is the bigger part that we are facing.
I think I'm getting too much stares from that side, but I'll only say we need to be positive. It's not that we are not moving in the right direction. We are moving in the right direction. As far as the laws are concerned, the judgment that came out is a step in the right direction, where they said that you can't take these kind of objections to enforceability of the award. Of course, it is slow. COVID has made us even slower, but the kind of judges that we have today, at least in Delhi High Court and metros in India, are very forward-looking judges. They are fast, their uptakes is very good, and they are willing to commit themselves. Your second question of specifically, in fact, yes, there is a lag in that, because I think people are still not aware of the exact amendments. In fact, I remember about 4 months back or 5 months back, I was going to argue a matter, and I said, yeah, get the specifically fact. I didn't know there was an amendment. So when I started reading it, then I said everything is in my favor here. So we need to get these amendments to be, in public somehow, that people know about it rather than lawyers. People should be aware of their rights. And I think that's why the government now is talking about simplifying these laws in layman's language. These laws today are so complicated and worded so complicated that most of the time we have to even interpret a comma. It should be in a layman, and that's how America's worked. It's in a very simple English. I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
I'll just add one important thing. I was actually part of the National Judicial Academy, and I was doing an interaction with High Court judges, sitting High Court judges. And you're absolutely right. A lot of these changes in Specific Relief Act has even been missed out by some of the High Court judges, not the Delhi, Bombay and other places, but and commercial court judges. What is important for you to appreciate is what has been changed by Specific Relief Act is largely with respect to infrastructure projects, not with respect to everything. What it said is that infrastructure project, because you have a public policy issue, delay in infrastructure construction, affect productivity of people. What it says is, as in an infrastructure project, a rule is not damages, but specific performance. Damages can be an additional remedy. But because under common law, damages is the remedy. Specific performance is only, as a rule, you can get it if you are able to, the onus is on you to prove the damages is not enough. So it's reverse the rule, particularly for infrastructure projects. So I would say that. But what is important is what your question, Vaibhav. I would say that is an important change which need to be brought it across sector, just not infrastructure, and that will help enforceability of contract. Because in that situation, you pay right away because somebody else will control the will perform on the contract at your cost.
Yeah, I think that's needed because ultimately we end up losing on injunctions because there's a remedy of damages. And we know in trials we are never able to prove damages. So that's needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give ma'am and all the gentlemen a huge, huge round of applause. Also, thank you so much, Kunal, sir, for moderating the session. I've realized this that as soon as the screen says time up and I start taking a few more steps towards the stage with every extra minutes, we're not going to notice kari leta. That I think it works in our favor. And also, if anybody has any more questions to ask our panelists or any viewpoints to share, please feel free to do so off stage. Of course, when their time and schedule allows. Thank you so much. Once again, please give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They absolutely deserve it. Okay, and moving forward to the next panel discussion on what should businesses do when in distress. Joining us for the same, please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming on stage our panelists for this one. Manisha Chaudhary, Managing Partner at UKCA and Partners LLP. Neeraj Kumar, Partner, DSK Legal. Pallavi Pratap, Managing Partner, Pratap & Co. Ramanuj Kumar, Partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. And the session will be moderated by Bharat Chugh, Founder, Chambers of Bharat Chugh and former judge. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our upcoming panelists a huge, huge round of applause.
All right. Is this good? We're good to go? Sounds good. And this tells us when we need to stop before you stab us in the neck. Okay. Sounds good. So very warm welcome, everyone. We've gotten together today to discuss this very important issue. And I think more than any other time in history, the last couple of years have taught us that no matter what we plan, no matter what we prepare for, there's always an imponderable that may upset the schemes that we make. As one of my favorite authors, Steinbach, says, the most well laid out schemes of mice and men often go awry. So the discussion today is going to be about the ways and means in which businesses can prepare for stress and distress better. What are the legal recourses available to minimize or mitigate the effects of distress? We've got a stellar panel today, which needs absolutely no introduction. But I'll just, in the interest of time, and time is really of the essence here, I'll not take much time. I'll just straight away, go to, who do I start with? Maybe I'll start with you, Manisha, and just request you to weigh in on the legal recourses available to a business in distress, or how the legal regime helps a business in distress. And that distress may be financial, the distress may be because of any other dispute, for instance, a shareholders disputes. So where do we stand on that in terms of law? So let me just throw that to you.
Thank you, Bharat. To try to start with what causes distress in companies, it's a very business-oriented question, a very commercial outlook to it. It starts with anything as simple as, of course, the whole debt exposure of the companies. It starts with margins being changed. It starts with variables and fixed assets, fixed incomes and fixed values being changed. It starts with something as simple as employee being redundant or not being productive. And it leads to a lot of ripples in the company, eventually leading to a distress situation. COVID has been a distress situation for many companies, which have been great all this while. And of course, one of the biggest, which we usually deal with, is disputes in a company also lead into a serious distress. I'll talk about what a shareholders dispute can do to an entity. From my experience before the NCLT in the Companies Act, I have seen small companies to huge corporations incur millions in legal fees while fighting shareholders dispute under 241, 242, which was 397, 398 earlier. It is a mechanism by which that any issues in the company should have been solved, whereas any status quo which is granted to these companies eventually lead to a distress situation where I've seen AGMs not being held, EGMs not being allowed, resolutions passed in EGMs, which is a very corporate democratic way of going about an entity, not being allowed either. I have seen boards not functioning. Over the years, yes, they have watered down these status quo orders which they passed. There have been times where they completely denied, but a appellate tribunal or the High Court in previous days or the Supreme Court even has granted those reliefs, resulting in distress situations for companies. Apart from that, the debt exposure takes us to the beautiful IBC that it is today. Over the years, in the last 4 or 5 years, you've seen how many changes have been brought into the law, which automatically shows where it started, what it was meant to be. Maybe we could have done a much better job of drafting it in the first place. Furthermore, I think there can be mechanisms outside of litigation or the codes, which can lead us to try to get companies out of distress. There could be restructuring of the debt under the Companies Act. It could be a restructuring with the debtors, with the creditors, just as managing your assets. You could be selling your assets. It could be itemized selling. It could be slump sale. It could be a joint venture. You could actually talk it out with your creditors. They could even come in. That many times when banks come in onto the boards to ensure that the stressed companies are actually working the way they're supposed to be working. All these mechanisms don't really lead to a court or a code, but even are basically corporate transactions, negotiations which are taking place to ensure that the companies are out of debt and stressed, out of distress.
Thank you, Manisha. You packed a lot in there, and there's so much that I want to double click on and pick your brain some more on that. And I'll do come back to that. But let me take this to Ramanuj. Before we, of course, address the elephant in the room, the IBC and how it's sort of helped matters or not helped matters, let me ask you a question on what apart from IBC. More often than not, we also forget that the Companies Act still also provides for ways and means in which the distress situation can be made better, or there is a remedy, or there is an outlet there. If I could request you to, spend a couple of minutes on those, if you may.
Sure. Thanks, Bharat. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. So I think, before we talk about what the company should do or would do in distress, it's also important to recognize what causes distress. Now, what we have seen over the last few years, especially with the introduction of IBC and even before that, that large part of distress in the economy has either been caused by over leveraging or taking too much of debt when the businesses are not able to sustain that much debt. Or another major reason has been the governmental policies, the government contracts or the PPP contracts, mostly in the infrastructure sector, where the contracts haven't factored in sufficient risk allocation between the private sector and the public sector, or the regulatory mechanisms to deal with contractual disputes or contractual failures haven't been robust enough to provide adequate and timely support measures to the sector or to the participants which have caused distress. Now, if we look at, just to answer Bharat's question too, if we look at measures outside IBC in terms of how the distress can be alleviated or addressed, essentially we have three frameworks or mechanisms where the distress can be dealt with. One is sections 230 to 232 of the Companies Act, which deals with schemes of amalgamation, reconstruction, or merger, popularly known as sort of amalgamation merger scheme. Now, this is relatively less used for addressing distress resolutions, but it's quite an important and an effective tool outside the IBC framework, because it allows complete flexibility to the companies concerned, the promoters and the shareholders, as well as the lenders, to design a scheme which can address the immediate as well as the medium term and the long term causes of distress and how that can be addressed through a proper legal framework. And that, of course, needs to be approved by the NCLT and requires the sufficient support of the creditors and the shareholders, but need not necessarily follow the rigors of IBC. And it can still provide an effective mechanism to address distress situations. And a current example before us where the section 230 to 232 has been employed is the resolution of ILNFS distress. The entire ILNFS resolution framework is being worked out under the aegis of the 230 to 232 of the Companies Act through the NCLT route. Another important framework for addressing distress is effectively provided by the RBI. Now, obviously, we need to remember that these are the RBI framework is primarily a tool in the hands of the creditors, because they are the ones who have to mostly bear the brunt of distress before the shareholders bear the losses. Now, under the RBI framework, there are two important elements. One is OTS, that is one-time settlements of the debt with the creditors. And the second is the debt restructuring. Now, debt restructuring can take multiple forms, but OTS itself provides a very powerful and important tool to address distress. And what we have seen in last few years is that OTS schemes are primarily being driven or funded by special situations funds, global distress funds, asset reconstruction companies, and private credit providers such as your Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanleys of the world, where they bring in specialized expertise to deal with excess debt. They do necessary financial modeling to see how much debt a business can sustain. They bring in new funds, additional funds in a situation where no domestic lender would be willing to lend to that business or would be willing to fund that promoter. And they bring in a certain financial discipline, which we find that may not necessarily have been available before the distress was caused. Other than the OTS, you have the usual debt restructuring under RBI's June 2019 circular, where the restructuring can take multiple forms, including haircuts in the principal amount, conversion of part of the debt into equity, conversion of part of the debt into equity-like instruments, for example, CCPS or CCDs, and also in certain cases, promoters losing control of the company, where a new promoter is brought in by virtue of either reduction of the debt or by virtue of selling of the company by lenders invoking share pledge and transferring the control of the company to a new promoter who is considered more suited to manage the business and the restructured debt of the company. A third more important framework, which is also relatively less used, but more relevant and available in infrastructure contracts, is what is called substitution, or if we talk specifically of the road sector, it's called harmonious substitution. It's available under the concession contracts with NHAIs, where the existing promoters or the sponsors, if they can't manage the debt with the available cash flows of the projects, then there is a built-in framework under the concession agreements where the existing sponsors, with the consent and blessing of the NHAI and the lenders of the project, can bring in another sponsor or promoter who can take over the debt and take over the company, mostly a majority stake, release the existing sponsor from their obligations, including the guarantees, and take over the project, become the new sponsor, and manage and run the assets. So these are some of the important frameworks available outside the IBC where distress situations can be managed and addressed.
Thank you, Ramanuj, for that very effective and interesting summarization of the non-IBC frameworks. And but again, the discussion's not complete unless we do talk about IBC. And this is where I come to you, Neeraj Chavan. If you could just help us understand the broad framework, or how the IBC helps or doesn't help, and how does IBC look at businesses in distress, or how should businesses in distress rather should look at IBC to help them?
Right. So because IBC has been a game changer, I mean, advent of IBC has a backdrop to it, where earlier you had structures like CDR, SDR, which largely failed to actually actualize. Where IBC comes into, and where IBC is completely different, or I mean, a break from the past, is earlier CDR or SDR used to happen when the company was already in distress, the business already taken a downturn, and then out of sheer compulsion that the bankers used to sit together and allow this. Prior to that, if the company is healthy and the businessman or the promoter thinks that the company is actually going south, and he used to sit together with the bankers, in case of multilateral, multi-party lending, it was very difficult even to make the bankers sit together and have a discussion on it. So where IBC is it should be seen as an opportunity by the promoters, is that it has a provision where in case the propaganda of the business itself believes that the company is not doing well, or the business, or there is a stress on the horizon, I mean, he can do some preparatory work towards it and actually make a filing for Section 10 application, where the company itself by voluntary action go to insolvency and try to do a course correction. Now, this latitude was earlier completely absent. So this is something which ideally IBC should be seen as an opportunity by many new businesses and new promoters, rather than basically how the negative publicity it has got when it got introduced. So that is a big, big differentiator. And in case you are not delinquent otherwise, then even the whole negative publicity about Section 29A coming to picture, that you cannot bid for your company or you cannot provide a solution to your own company, all basically doesn't come into picture. So that is the big, big change.
That's very well said. Let me take this opportunity, and I'm going to come back to you on some of it if we have some time left. But let me bring you in, Pallavi here. You practice very actively on this side, and in the last few years, we've seen some very big insolvency cases. If you could just take this opportunity to just talk about some of those, if you may, and what are the key takeaways from those for businesses in distress and for lawyers who practice in this area of law?
I don't know how much lawyers are going to benefit out of it, but I'm sure a lot of promoters would probably benefit out of it. Because I think I'll go with my favorite first, which is RCOM. I think clearly it was one of those CDMA versus GSM technology that they could not really get onto. And I think personally that, you know, the launch of Geo was something which was more competitive, as a result of which we saw that RCOM faced insolvency proceedings. The second one I would say would be Jet Airways, which has been one of the biggest challenges that we are still facing, because it is an endless litigation which is going on and on. Even though we are seeing a lot of restructuring happening over there, I don't see too much of a resolution coming out of it. Then, of course, both the Bhushan Steel and Bhushan Power, I think both of them have actually shown us that course correction is very difficult. And there is a lot of debt binging which is happening. So, you know, you've got a debt, like Manisha just said, that the debt equity ratio is something that, you know, is a big challenge that I think corporate world is not able to understand and figure out a solution to it. I mean, the kind of insolvencies that we've seen in recent past, the debt equity ratio is some 3:1. So if you've got 3 times debt as compared to the equity that you have just now, that in itself shows that you are in for a big challenge. As far as practicing litigating lawyers are concerned, I think for all of us, of course, it's a huge opportunity because we can all bill quite a bit. But if you look at it in terms of pre-existing disputes that you see in a lot of these cases, I think that is where our challenge is coming. Because we are not able to provide the solution that we would have wanted to. That's one. Secondly, with the resolution applicants who are coming in, I think they are not able to take the companies out. So many of them are just backing out in time. And for as litigating lawyers, I think that is one area where we find it difficult to, you know, take it forward.
The third most important problem I think that we are facing just now is with the operational creditors who've been filing Section 9 applications left, right, and center only to treat IBC as a debt recovery procedure. I think that's what's causing a lot of problem in the resurgent India that we are seeing just now. Post-lockdown period, I think that's become, despite the fact that the threshold has been increased, it is still a huge challenge that we see. I hope I'm well within my time. Yeah.
Thank you for that. You know, what all of you say reminds me of what one of my favorite authors, Nicholas Taleb, says about things in general. He says there are three kinds of things or persons or institutions. There are ones which are fragile, which do not benefit from stress. There are ones which are robust, which deal with stress somewhat better, but still are susceptible to it or vulnerable to it. And there are things or structures or persons or institutions which are anti-fragile, which under stress or distress deal with it better and sort of come out even stronger and better. So I think in light of what you said, I think businesses can learn from all of this and not just be fragile or robust even, but also become anti-fragile and deal with this better and come out winning. I think we've got about 1 minute. Do you think, Ashima, I can have everyone say one last bit each, or should we close it here before you? Okay. Or questions from the audience, of course. Guys, it's been a long day, I think, and I blame it on the extraordinary clarity that you guys bring on the topic. So sounds great. If there are no questions, we'll bring it to a close. And
Hi.
Okay, yeah.
Hi, sir. My name is Akshay Sharma. So we are talking about IBC. We are talking about company laws. So basically, right now we have an example in front of us, which is the future retail. Everything has been tried and tested. Be it arbitration, be it 230, 232 failed. Secure creditors did not agree to it. RBI stress resolution also failed. Finally, the buck has stopped as the IBC, where there are various sections 7.5. Now, this is a brief background. In India, when we talk about businesses in distress, the zeal of the businessmen to give away their business is basically troubling all these laws. What stopped Kishore Biani 2 years back to file a Section 10? Nobody can explain it. Today he has resigned. Similarly, if you see Ruiyas, the SR Steel case, they fought not once, twice, but thrice to get their company back, even themselves filing into insolvency. So we know we have a 29. We know we have a 29A, which says you cannot come back, but then there are ways, 12A, everything. So how to stop the zeal of an Indian businessman to even themselves realizing that your business is in distress, but to get it back?
Fantastic points. Anyone wants to meditate on that?
Maybe
Please go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So I will try to address that. Look, it's very easy for a human being to be attached to what he has created. So I don't see any, it's not very surprising that promoter of this company or whatever company that you named was basically attached to its baby and wanted to keep to hang on to it as long as that they can. And that is where basically the fault line comes in. You have to see the company as a, not your extension. It should not be seen as a family jewel where you can actually keep control of all your time. So you have to understand that this company is a, for example, public listed company. You are anywhere in public domain, and you should be prepared to cede control as and when the situation arises. I will give you an example here. Prior to Byju's, all the edtech companies, largely business was B2B. You had a content, you used to go to schools, you used to sell it to schools, and that is how it reached to the students. Now complete disruptions happen. Basically, Byju comes in the B2C model now. So here, all the B2B players, all the edtech companies should have understood that, okay, this is a big disruptor. It will not allow them to continue the historically how they have been doing business, and ideally should make amends. But you see that EduComp, etc., all these have actually either have been sold out or have been referred to insolvency. So that acumen as a businessman, when you have to call it a day for a particular business, that has to come in. And insolvency basically is a way to provide that panacea to them.
I have a slight different view when it comes to promoters being the cause all of insolvencies. They're not. it's not always that the promoters are causing the companies to go down the drain and for them to be pushed into insolvency, or for them not knowing what is going on in the company or how to get it out of distress. They very well know how to run their companies. Then they had brought it from 0 to 1,000, 10,000 crore company. It's the way the debt has also been given, which is blindly been given to people without actually checking the asset basis on it. There have been issues that as simple as steel becoming more expensive, Chinese steel being imported, government norms changing. All of these contribute into a reason of why a company might go into distress. To singularly say that the promoter should exit from the company is also not something that I stand by, at least under the present insolvency regime. I do think that promoters know how to run their company. I mean, if they're in default, if they've caused some issues, yes, there are laws and mechanisms to put that in place. But there are still promoters who could have run the companies, brought them out of distress and taken them forward, had the right mechanisms being given to them. They can't always be treated as the wrongdoers. That's my slight difference on the whole scenario of this.
May I just add, and this has got nothing to do with insolvency, but to the aspect of promoter. You might want to watch something which is called a Super Pumped, and that is about the founder of Uber. And it actually, there are 7 episodes of it where he shows how he's built it up, and then at the last moment when he's asked to step down as the CEO, I think that captures a lot about how a promoter actually works with the company. So that's just a suggestion.
Awesome. Fantastic. So thank you very much for this riveting discussion, and have a lovely evening ahead, all of you, and congratulations to the winners. While a failed business may not be a crime, and IBC may be there, I think they won't allow me to continue any further. So have a great evening, all of you. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give our panelists a huge round of applause. Also, thank you so much, Bharat sir, for constantly making sure that I stay away from the stage. Thank you. So this was the panel discussion on what should businesses do when in distress. And I'm sure you found many answers from our panelists' experiences. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and moving on towards our last panel discussion for today. It's on compliances that are making businesses look over their shoulders. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage our panelist for the same. Dr. Pinky Anand, Senior Advocate, former ASG Supreme Court of India. Mamta Rani Jha, Partner and Head of Litigation, Intel Advocate. Farhat Ali Khan, Managing Partner, Century Maxim International. Rahul Goyal, Partner, Anant Law. Akshay Nagpal, Partner, Saraf and Partners. And the session will be moderated by Snigdhanil Satpathy, Partner, Saraf and Partners. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause. Ladies, you can, and gentlemen, you can do louder than this, everybody. Let's collectively give them, yes. Thank you so much, Kunal sir, for helping me with that. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think, first of all, sincere gratitude to the esteemed panel for taking time out on a very, very busy Sunday evening. I'm sure there are better things that they would have loved to do. So thank you for that. The topic for today's discussion is essentially risks of compliances and how businesses are essentially having to look over their shoulders for these compliances. So Dr. Anand, I'll just start with you. I think the first question is that you, of course, have had a very long history of litigating at all courts, etc. So in your experience, what sort of issues would you say are the most prominent and relevant ones that come up as far as compliances are concerned with respect to companies? And if there is any learning that you can share as to what the companies can do to avoid such issues?
Thank you. So
I am Ms. Shah, I'm not Ms. Anand, so just a clarification, but thank you anyways. I'm a litigator and I practice in the field of intellectual property. So I will give the perspective of being a litigator, what kind of compliances which generally the industry find very onerous. Starting with the patents, which is kind of a exclusivity which is given for a very limited period of time, which is 20 years, and the grant itself take 10 to 12 years and only 8 years left to exploit. There are certain provisions under the Patents Act, which I think have kind of created a lot of onerous task on the patentees to kind of fulfill, and it doesn't serve much purpose because we have moved ahead of time. When these provisions were made, there was no internet kind of thing and the data was not very accessible. So compliances like disclosure of related patents or the family of patents to be made, and it is to be made within 6 months, and thereafter you have to continue giving those information of the global level. It's not only of India, in whichever countries you have filed. And thereafter, if the controller wants to seek more information, you have to provide that as well. That so far so good, but the consequences, if you have failed on any such information, either by oversight or by mistake, because generally a patentee files patent in 40 countries or 50 countries and data can be very kind of huge data. If you have failed to file such information with the government, then that becomes a ground for invalidation. Now, this provision, when it was made, this was not the era of easy access to data. So I think this provision has outlived its purpose and it becomes very cumbersome. That example. I'll quickly take another example, which is filing of Form 27, which is working of patent. Because when you go and enforce a patent, the court will only grant you injunction if you're working the patent, and you have to file annually the forms that you are actually either working yourself or you're working through your licensees. And if you have not filed, again, there are inferences, or if you have given a wrong data or some data which may not match, it has a penal consequence also provided. Now, initially, like India is a TRIPS compliant country, and when the provision was enacted, it became that local manufacture will only amount to working of patent. But over the period of time, this provision has kind of given judicial interpretation, where now it has been clarified in last 4 or 5 years that even import would amount to working of patent. So the point which I'm trying to make is this: there were provisions which were made a long time back, which have probably required a fresh look. Courts are, through interpretation, giving it a wider and a viable meaning. But if conventionally it was drafted, and if it will remain like that, it is becoming very onerous. Likewise, if you see in the field of IT, because I do a lot of information technology matters also. If you see recently, there has been a development and there is a lot of compliances which has been put on the intermediaries, like appointment of nodal officers, grievance officers. The compliances are 24 hours. And there was a desire of the government to have a data center in India. Now you can understand, if every intermediary has to do a business in every country and you have to put your data there and the server there, a kind of investment would be required. So it's a very tiring provision, I would say, and a lot of stress on the business, because the compliance is of such nature and the consequences of such nature, which kind of put you to think whether India is a country very conducive to do the business or whether you should refrain yourself. Thirdly, and lastly, I would say I'll take one more industry, which I'm very kind of closely working on, is the Insecticide Act. Under the Insecticide Act, since the product itself is a very poisonous product, and there are requirements that safety, efficacy of the environment and the kind of human being is the kind of objective. But under the Make in India mandate, the government is now asking that you manufacture those things in India, which is kind of each progressing, developing and developed countries are not making it indigenous. They are having their manufacturing unit far away from kind of places where the hazard is less. But without, focusing much on that, what will be its effect. You are driving Make in India policy for the industry, which is maybe completely, contra purpose. Lastly, in the field of IT, the customs, we enacted in 2007-8 some rules where, if any counterfeit goods are imported in India, you can register your brand there, and any suspected goods will be interdicted. But now when you are a brand owner, you are facing the problem of counterfeit. You are expected to file a security bond to the cost of 110% of the value, surety bond, and those bank guarantees which you submit in the form of bank guarantees remains unreleased. For last 7-8 years, those bank guarantees are just blocked. So I think these are the compliances which are really, really very, very difficult to handle for the industries. Thank you.
Thanks, Mamta. I think you raised a very valid point on the whole data localization. And I personally am a corporate commercial lawyer, but I do sometimes wear a regulatory lawyer's hat as well. And just to share an example with you, in one of the matters that I was doing, and this is as you're all aware, that RBI law now mandates that financial transaction data has to be in India. And this is a very large payment settlement company, which I'm not going to name. But because of the fact that they had to localize that data into India, the IT person who was there essentially wasn't really trained on how to do it. And there was a data breach, which led them into a whole 6-month process of going back and forth with the RBI for breach of a compliance which was put on them without public consultation, without anything. So yes, I mean, I can totally understand. Moving on to you, Farhat, I think you, of course, have worn multiple hats, both as an in-house lawyer as well as a law firm partner. And I understand that you do have multi-jurisdictional experience. Now, typically, when people, and this ties into the whole ease of doing business in India, which is a point which is very dear to our Prime Minister. But, often we hear, at least my clients complain that the cost of compliance in India is too high. Now, has that been your experience when you have seen companies or corporates trying to invest into India? And what would you say are the typical pain points when these guys are trying to invest into India as far as compliance is concerned?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody, for having me here. A wonderful opportunity to talk on these important topics. My name is Farhat Ali Khan. I'm a lawyer currently in Dubai, working on and practicing on various corporate commercial matters of international jurisdictions. I've not practiced very rigorously on the on the Indian legal matters, but my experience is with terms of compliances, these challenges are certainly growing, and this is it is evolving month on month, year on year. The kind of enactments that we see on laws related to compliance. So I would like to frame it in two parts. When a business is to be started or conducted, compliances are typically the statutory compliances, which is the charter compliance. When you incorporate a company, when you get the registrations done, whether the GST, whether the VAT, whether the shops and establishment certificate is to be obtained, whether a motor vehicle registration is to be done if the company is into transport business, whether any other registrations are done. These are charter compliances. However, there comes in place practicing compliance on various matters. These could be how the business is to be conducted, how the how the packaging and labeling regulations are to be adhered, how the IPR regulations are to be adhered, how the new evolving compliances that have now taken a substantial role. So I wanted to discuss two important challenges that are coming. One is the anti-money laundering, which is now quite largely discussed. The other is the general data protection regulations, the data protection bill, that has now been quite rigorously discussed in India as well. So these two compliances have taken over a very large space on companies, the manner they conduct their businesses. So anti-money laundering is more of a compliance officer's topic to be discussed. But of late, we've seen how lawyers have taken, an important role in dealing with this issue, with this subject, where the consequences are, are very, very extreme. The consequences are not only on the companies if they fail to make compliances, it also goes on to the directors, on the shareholders, on the, money laundering officers that are appointed by the company, and the beneficiaries of any proceeds of crime. So, whether it is financial service firm, whether it is a non-designated financial service provider, they all are required to follow with strict and severe measures of the provisions of law related to AML. AML, we've also seen, has very largely got associated with CFT, which is combating or financing of terrorism internationally, which is very, very largely discussed. So the link is that the moment there is any format of money laundering, it could be a mechanism to finance terrorism activities in different parts of the world. So how do we deal with this? What could be the consequences? If a money that has been obtained illegally is spent on, funding terrorist activities or funding organizations which are banned. So a lot of responsibilities of companies in dealing with this subject. There's another interesting thing that I've been discussing with a lot of my clients is that how do you conduct your trades when you enter into cross-border trades, when you appoint distributors, dealers, what kind of due diligence do you do on them to ensure that are they compliant to provisions of AML, are they compliant to not dealing with such parties that may be banned in different organizations, different territories. Let's say a manufacturer in Dubai or in the Middle East, or a distributor has appointed dealers in a jurisdiction in the North African part, and that dealer would have been knowingly or unknowingly, I mean unknowingly is the word that has been used in provisions of AML across, has funded an activity which may be illegal in nature. So there's severe consequences. The punishments are very, very extreme. It amounts starting from $1 million could go up to $10-15 million. So this is one. The other area in terms of compliances of international trade and businesses that that have to be very, very careful is how data are managed, because today companies, they have their values, their potentials are generated on the amount of data they are holding. Now, when you have a very large amount of data, how do you process it? How do you manage it? How do you prevent any kind of leakages? And there are situations where companies have come up which are into illegal sale of data, and that's a very large, could be $1 billion industry. These things, could lead to sanctions. And sanctions, it's another serious issue, where companies could get sanctioned, where individuals could get, face sanctions, and these sanctions could come out of from the European Union, from the US, or other international bodies, or the United Nations Security Council. I was just reading, there are currently more than 700 individuals who have been globally identified and put under the sanctions list. So these are all consequences arising out of failure to meet compliances standards in how you conduct businesses. I hope I'm not exceeding.
No, but we are aware of the time, so that's the board.
Okay, sorry. So, so these kind of challenges are very, very important in terms of how you conduct your business activities, how you prevent, and if there are violations to these kind of compliances which are mandatory, it goes directly on the promoters, it goes directly on the shareholders, it goes directly on the directors, the CFOs, the CEOs, the officers designated to prevent these kind of violations. The punishment is severe, it goes to imprisonment. So like yesterday, there was a discussion why in the US, so many general counsels are now facing, prosecution. They're facing, they're facing court trials. So because they have been negligent in managing these compliances. So compliances have become very important part in terms of dealing with business activities all across, right from the moment you start a company till appointing dealers, distributors at every level. So there are statutory compliances, how you conduct and form companies. And then there are, practicing compliances, which are very, very important. And I think AML and GDPR is something that is to be very, very regularly discussed between companies, particularly in India. I discuss AML in UK, in Dubai a lot, but I see, there's very little discussion on AML here between the legal community. Compliance officers do discuss, banking and financial services compliance officers do discuss AML, but I think, lawyers also should need to get involved into this. And, there have been so many instances. Just recently, celebrities have been hauled up. Their accounts have been frozen. I mean, they've been called, interrogated, investigated. How did they receive these amounts? Were they involved? Were they a party to, to these kind of, to sourcing of these illegal funds, or a party to the crimes that were committed, out of which the funds have been generated?
Thanks.
So, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think I'm aware of the time, so I will just like to bring in Akshay over here. And, it's an interesting segue. It's an interesting point that you made about who the liability should be apportioned to. I remember a couple of years back, the Unitech independent directors were essentially hauled up by the Supreme Court because of actions of the court. And Akshay over here, apart from being a partner at Saraf, I'm aware that was also very, very in a senior position in Indigo. Yeah. So Akshay, would just love to hear your thoughts on, this we often talk about, compliance as an evil, and that's something that, we all talk about, but we know that it's a necessary evil. So there is this culture that we need to develop, the culture of compliance. How has your experience been as an in-house lawyer in developing that culture of compliance? And B, what do you think businesses can do better to manage the risks? Because both Mamta as well as Farhat have spoken about the risks of non-compliance. But I just want to hear from you as to how can you manage that risk?
Thanks, Nandini, for a kind introduction, first of all. And yeah, it was interesting to hear my co-panelists' views. I would just make one, distinction. I think some of the things we discussed today on the panel are not technically compliance. They're also in the realm of substantive law. For example, some bit of patents and anti-money laundering, like that's a crime as a substantive law. Someone is laundering money, so to say. When we talk of compliances, they are like what things you need to do in your ordinary course of business to do a legal business. For example, labor law compliance. If there are regulated industries, like Indigo is a very heavily regulated company because it's in aviation sector, right? So there are many compliances, and the narrative today in India linked with ease of doing business is around how to ease doing business, how to cut compliances and make them more simple, right? So before coming to culture, I think this is an important piece. So government has been doing its bit. I think it's very encouraging, like our Honorable Finance Minister declared how various provisions of Companies Act, which was a major source of compliances for any company, right? Lot of those compliances have been decriminalized or taken away, right? Which were not serving that kind of a purpose. So one is from law perspective, from legislation and government's perspective, because a lot of compliances come from rules, which is delegated legislation, right? There is a need and steps have been taken in the right direction there to simplify compliances. That's one. Secondly, coming to the companies, I think the foundation of compliances is where you understand which compliances are applicable to that particular company. And there need to be simplicity of thought process there. Many a times it's seen that, there are certain agencies who will throw entire statute book on the companies, right? And say that, okay, everything needs to be complied without any focus on what are the critical compliances to be made. So it's very important that for GCs or chief compliance officers to be quite hawk-eyed in prioritizing which are the key compliances that need to be complied by that company. Then it comes to culture, the question you raised, Signal, which is very important because compliance by nature is seen as a check in the box many a times, right? And people don't pay much importance to it. And this is more so in MSME segment or startups where the focus is only on product growth business and compliances kind of take a back seat. If it's a huge billion-dollar multinational, you won't have this problem because they have experts and professionals taking care of this. But this haunts, as we all know. So creating that mindset and culture of compliance is important. One way of doing it is that it's a top-down approach. If the top management does bring this up in town halls, it percolates deep. Second, if there are trainings which are organized within the organization and they're rampant trainings, again, not check in the box kind of trainings, those definitely help. If the people who are responsible for compliance, if doing compliance as part of their appraisal processes, then that definitely helps it seep into the system. So yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I've been instructed by the organizers to not have any audience questions. I'll just take 30 seconds to sum up. I think, first of all, thank you once again so much for taking time out and doing this. I think the learning that we have out of this is, yes, I think there are compliances which are tedious, which are boring, and which we have to do. But as Akshay mentioned, that there are ways we can manage it, and we have to manage it. I think with that, once again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, ma'am and gentlemen, for being a part of this session, for giving us your valuable time. Okay, and with that, we come to an end of our panel discussions for today. What an eventful day or panel discussions they have been. And that means it's time for the awards as well. It's time for celebrations. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Aditya Malik, and once again, I welcome all of you to the third edition of BW Legal World Global Legal Leaders Awards ceremony, which is also being streamed live across all our BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels. And because it's time for celebrations, I would request everybody to share their memories that they will be making today with us online, or if you wish to do so, please use the hashtag BWGLLS and hashtag BW Legal World 30 under 30. For under, we are just using the U, so that's hashtag BW Legal World 30U30. You can also watch us live on www.bwlegalworld.com. And now, before we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all our jury panel members who helped us arrive at the list of winners after an intensive jury deliberation. Well, I would like to introduce the jury members to you. Jury Chair, Honorable Justice Deepak Misra, former Chief Justice of India. Honorable Justice A.K. Sikri, former Judge, Supreme Court of India. Mr. K.T.S. Tulsi, Senior Advocate, MP Rajya Sabha, Chhattisgarh. Ms. Geeta Luthra, Senior Advocate, VP, Indian Council of Arbitration, FICCI. Mr. Hemant Kumar, Group General Counsel, Larsen and Toubro. Ms. Preeti Balwani, General Counsel, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages Private Limited. Mr. Deepak Acharya, Chief Risk Officer, Global Government Relations, Enterprise Cybersecurity and General Counsel, Wipro Limited. Ms. Pooja Bedi, General Counsel, Philips India Subcontinent, Philips. Mr. Rajiv Chopra, Managing Director, Legal, Accenture. And Mr. Kunal Tandon, Legal Council, Delhi High Court, and Supreme Court of India. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for all our jury members to arrive at this list, it's a very, very difficult process. So before we move ahead, I would request my team to please show our audience members what the jury went through to arrive at this list.
Yeah, extra plates also. Thank you. I'm going to start eating
I would
before I have
request
to go.
everybody to please give all our jury panel members a huge, huge round of applause. Lovely. It's good to see a house full now.
Sorry, Jan.
Okay, and on that note, ladies and gentlemen, to applaud our today's winners and to bestow upon all of us his vast knowledge and experience, we present to you a visionary jurist whose landmark judgments have set a precedent for generations to follow. Hailed as a warrior of gender equality, he led various constitutional benches and passed historic judgments that upheld equal rights of women and the LGBT community. Joining us virtually, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the former Chief Justice of India and the jury chair for the third edition of PW Business World Global Legal Leaders Awards 2021, Justice Deepak Misra, former Chief Justice of India.
Yeah, I think so. I've never had before. Abhi speech होने वाली है, then I can eat peacefully.
Please.
Deepak Mishra. He's the
esteemed members of the jury, respected awardees, Dr. Batra, ladies and gentlemen. To begin with, I would like to congratulate Business World for conceiving various facets of legal profession, which has taken a quantum leap, creating fields of specialization in extremely new arenas. It not only pleases me the most, but also creates a sense of satisfaction in my mind. The tremendous economic impact requires constant innovation to stimulate ideas for the expansion and growth of our economy. And I must tell you that whenever there is growth, it commands a different kind of guidance with expertise and skill. To be a part of any jury is extremely significant. In fact, it would not be wrong if I say that it's a great challenge, and the challenge is accentuated when the jury is required to select personalities and the law firms from the multifaceted legal world. When one reads about their activities, and listens to their presentation, the quantum leap in the field of legal activity becomes obvious. Many young people have established themselves with immense endeavor, and the old shine with their grace and progress. All of them, as I think, adopt modernism and are wedded to enthusiasm and continuous effort. I'm sure all of them believe, to quote Emerson, enthusiasm is the mother of effort, and without it, nothing great was ever achieved. On behalf of the jury, I congratulate the awardees and wish them further success in future. Let me now share a few thoughts of mine with regard to the chartering right course of business. Let us have a telescopic view from the legal angle. Law can never remain unaffected by the changing dynamics of the digital world and its entailing effects on business. The effects of this digitalization are increasingly felt in many areas of law, economic and commercial laws being one of them. Challenging configurations of the global economy require the state institutions throughout the world to keep pace with the new development in economic activities. Our courts also can no longer remain oblivious to the economic globalization, which calls for harmonization of economic laws and thereby pave the path for prosperous economic environment. There have been important changes in the context of economic laws in India. The government, through its policy approach, and the Indian judiciary, through its rulings, are creating a conducive environment for India, the business activities, to establish their business setups and make ease of doing business in this country. Always remember, profit maximization should not be the only aim of new emerging business. That cannot be the singular charter. Economic activities with their growth must also undertake requisite corporate social responsibility, not only in their home countries, but also in nations where their footprints are felt. I must tell you, at this juncture, commerce or business are not alien to ethics. A great man had told, business is bigness. You must have a big heart to follow the ethics. If you do not have a big heart, do cultivate a big heart. As far as ethics in business is concerned, I must tell you, all the entities must ensure adherence to and compliance with the regulatory framework. Transparency, accountability, value creation, and disclosure must be the critical and crucial pillars of corporate governance. It envisages an organization in which emphasis is laid on fulfilling social responsibility towards the stakeholders by maximizing their wealth in addition to earning profit. External auditors, adherence to the compliance, following the guidelines, taking interests in the shareholders, keeping the priceless value for the investors, and showing concern in the matters where the law is not violated. Rule of law must be the seminal feature which they must be obligated to follow. Having said that, I must come back to the business world. I must say, without any innovation, that the business world team, especially Dr. Anurag Batra, Miss Ashima Ore, and Miss Garima Ahuja deserve admiration to conceive the numerous areas to confer the awards and also for the smooth organization of the same. Lastly, I am obliged to tell that all the members of the jury have worked as a team and put in their sincere output. As the chairman of the jury, I humbly respect their cooperative attitude and once again heartily congratulate the well-deserved awardees, young and old. Before I part, I must say I was able to listen to a part of discussion, the panel discussion, and I must say it is quite interesting, educative, instructive, and also guides business houses. Thank you. Thank you very much for being present.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Justice Mishra, for sharing your credential wisdom with us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to invite on stage the captain of our ship, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here, and my gratitude to former Chief Justice of India, Shri Deepak Mishra ji, for making an insightful, encapsulating all the aspects that bring together the business world and the legal world. So our gratitude to you, sir, if you're listening to us or watching us, for chairing the jury of the 3rd Global Legal Leaders Summit and Awards. This is the 3rd edition. You've chaired the 2nd and the 3rd edition. We did the 2nd edition virtually. Justice A.K. Sikri chaired the 1st edition of the GLS, which we did physically on 12th December 2019. I'd like to welcome, there are lots of, this is a room full of luminaries, and Justice Deepak Mishra rightly thanked my 2 colleagues. He also took my name, but really I stand on behalf of Garima, Ashima, Krishnendra Joshi, Anurag Nagar, the complete business world team, which supports the BW legal world team here, and especially Garima and Ashima, who really put this together. So please give them a big round of applause. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Lalit Bhasin, who did the keynote yesterday at the GC Summit and Awards. Yesterday we did the GC 100, the 2nd edition of the Global Council 100, the 1st edition physically, and like to also congratulate all the winners. Mr. Hemant Kumar, who was on the inaugural edition, on the cover of the inaugural edition of the BW Legal World magazine. My friend, my law firm of Exchange for Media, SEMA and Lex Counsel, they've been my friends for 20 odd years. My friend Tarun, Mrs. Bhasin, thank you for being here. Mr. Singhania. I made a lot of new friends in the last 2 days. And I was telling some people, were trying to take pangas with me. And now I know enough lawyers, I don't have to pay fees, so don't take pangas with me. So that's on a lighter vein. I always stay out of controversy and stay out of pangas. Submission and acceptance lead to that. But I genuinely made lots of friends, reconnected with some old friends. Mr. Mohit Saraf was here yesterday. I don't know where is he. I want to tell you that when we started BW Legal World almost 29 months back, this is the 30th month. I think we've come a long way. We've done 3 Global Legal Leaders Summit and awards. We've done 2 GC 100s. We on 18 June launched the first ranking of the law colleges, law universities, and law courses. We've done 2 editions of the BW Legal World 40 under 40. Tonight, we also honor the BW Legal World 30 under 30 winners. We did the event virtually a couple of weeks back, almost 8 weeks back. But since we were doing this today, we said it might be a good idea to get all of you together. And I must say, Justice Mishra was talking about ethics. When I meet young people, I can say they're as ethical or more ethical than all of us. So the future is bright. I don't want to stand between you and the winners tonight. I just want to say 2 things. One, yesterday, one of the GCs, and I got to know him today, and hopefully we do some work with them. We publish a joint magazine. I don't directly deal with him, but I met him and I'm going to meet him this week. Mr. Bhaskar Chandran in his speech said that unlike a lot of awards where you buy your own award, is a new term, like bring your own booze, bring your own device. He said you can't buy an award. And I can tell you that I don't even know for most times who's winning, who's not winning. Sometimes not even on the jury. And I cut my hands off so that I can say that I have no role to play. So if you've been jury chair, Mr. Basin, Mr. Dubey has been part of many juries. He has been part of jury. Mr. Hemant was part of this jury. Tarun, my friend, who hosts the best show on legal in the country, and I can say that because I have another local stand, IS Exchange for Media. Our awards are honest. They're not perfect. It takes 3-4 years for it to be perfect, to get data points, to get insights, to know the community deeply. So I want to tell you that whoever has won today, there'll be a jury AV. Of course, jury members will say good things about us and process that is customary, but our awards are honest. I can put a hand over my heart. In everything we do it honestly. And some of you know me personally. I suffered because of one of my investors never won in my awards. And I didn't exactly have the best of relationships with him. Seema knows whom I'm referring to. But that's how we do our awards. We believe if awards can be bought, then they're not worth doing. As the awards grow, the number of entries grow, they will become competitive. It takes 3 to 4 years for an award to become what, in my view, we would like the award to become. This is the 3rd year of the Global Legal Leaders Summit and Awards. The ones that have been chosen today have been chosen through a robust process. You will see the jury. The jury members are here. You can interact with them. And I want to say that this year we clubbed the GLS and the GC so that some of you, like Mr. Hemant Kumar is here from Bombay, and there are many other people you could come and meet each other. And the idea of such awards is celebrating fraternity, celebrating you, but also each of you meeting face to face, especially after the last 2 years. I want to say that awards also inspire, you discover new talent, and in some way celebrate the great work you've done. They also bring responsibility and raise expectations from you. I think during the day we heard Justice Sikri, he was here physically, and he talked about how the business world is changing, how we can learn from Singapore in terms of arbitration, in terms of being more professional, in terms of how do we bring down pendency. The world of technology is bringing, yesterday Mr. Pawan Dugal was there, he's there somewhere. He and me talked about metaverse and the implication of metaverse and how to deal with that. So clearly, when today's winners are awarded, they will not only go on to do the work they do for their firms, their organizations, but also contribute to society. The last 2 years have shown us that we are more connected than we ever thought. What happens in one part of the world, what happens in one part of the country impacts all of us. So clearly, these are awards to bring all of you together, and they're an honest awards. My team, some of them worked for many, many years with me, and some of them who worked last 2-3 years with me know that we take our awards very seriously. We take our jury very seriously. We can improve in data sets, we can improve in process, but on integrity, we're second to none. I will underpeg it, I will not overpeg it, but we are, in fact, in most of our initiatives, I can say a lot of our new initiatives, we've invested, so we're not worried about whether they will make money in the first year, second, third year. We know eventually sustainability is important. So if you're not sustainable, then you will take shortcuts. So jahan Saraswati ka vaas hota hai, wahan Lakshmi to aa hi jati hai. That's what I believe. I will make the last announcement. Last night, I'd said that we'll do our GC 100 awards on 18th March. I met some young wise people like Weber and other people just when I was on the way out from the event. And I was told that March is lots of board meetings, closures of the accounts, because 31st March is around the corner. April is too many results. The first results, the final results for the year come, the direction for the future. So we will do our GC 100 next year on 18th Feb. You can mark it. So 18th Feb, and it'll be bigger than anything that happens. And I had 2-3 GC friends with me last evening after the event. We were having a drink, and I said that we will create content where there's value for your time also, not just you being in the room to get an award. So 18th Feb next year is the GC 100. I said yesterday that we'll do a GC of the year. I believe we will do a ranking of GCs. And again, people may have a point of view. I have a point of view as curator of this. On 21st January next year, we'll do the GLS. Saturdays, we'll not do an event on a Sunday. I think we have a full house, but I think Sundays we can utilize to recuperate, spend time with families, enjoy what we do. I know we love our work, and I definitely feel blessed doing what I do and working with the fantastic colleagues that I work with, the 300 colleagues that I work with. So I wish you all the luck. I hope we can meet more often. We stay connected. I have made at least 10, 12 new friends who I see post the event. And we also celebrate our young 30 under 30 winners. So thank you. God bless you. I hope when you see the winners tonight, you know that they have been chosen through a very honest and robust process. And I hope these awards become the marquee recognition for doing work in the intersection of law and business. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Well, when I have these many sheets in my hand, I know for a fact that the list बहुत लंबी है. And also, before we proceed towards the awards, I would request everybody, it's more like a personal request, as Dr. Batra keeps teaching me, कि ताली बजाना दिल के लिए बहुत अच्छा होता है. So when you see your peers and colleagues win awards or receive awards, it's time to celebrate. Please join in. और दिल खोल के अपना प्यार जो है बांटना. Please don't stop yourself from that. Okay? And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to proceed towards the Global Legal Leaders Awards ceremony. I would request the presence of Dr. Anurag Batra, Mr. Pramod Dubey, Senior Advocate, Mr. Hemant Kumar, Group General Counsel, L&T, Ms. Priyanka Valesha, Functional Head and Senior Manager Legal, Yum Digital and Technology, to join us on stage to present the awards. Also, for all the winners, once you've received your awards, we request you to proceed towards the stage left, I believe, for your individual photographs, and also stay back till the very end for a group picture, because that picture will be used for BW Legal World special issue. Okay, first we'll do the firms and then we'll move on to individual winners. So ladies and gentlemen, BW Legal World Global Legal Awards ceremony. The first category is Litigation Law Firm of the Year, and we have 2 winners in that. And also these winners are in no particular order, no ranking, nothing. I have the list, I give them out. So the first category is Litigation Law Firm of the Year, and the first winner for this category is Karanjawala and Co. And we have with us Mr. Sandeep Kapoor, Senior Partner, to receive the award. Sandeep, sir, so before you go, I'll help you. I'll just hold this on your behalf, sir. How does this feel, getting this one? You don't want to give this to me, is it?
No, I don't want to give it.
Okay, now man, I'll hold this for you.
Well deserved. So I think it's really nice and encouraging to have such kind of events, such functions, and thank you everybody. Thank you the jury. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Mr. Sandeep Kapoor from Karanjawala and Co. And the second winner in the same category, which is Litigation Law Firm of the Year, is Agarwal Law Associates, and we have with us Miss Nayati Kohli and Miss Manavri Agarwal collecting the award on behalf of the firm. Ma'am, yes, lovely. The first winner was waiting for me to come and ask her. How does this feel? Oh, okay.
I'm actually accepting this on behalf of every individual of Agarwal Law Associates, and special thanks to Mr. Mahesh Agarwal, Mr. Rishi Agarwal, and Ms. Shelly Basin to encourage us through and be able to get this honor. Thank you so much.
Something you wish to add? No? Okay, congratulations. Congratulations. Okay, and the next category is Competition Law Firm of the Year. Again, we have two winners in this category as well. And the first winner in the category is P&A Law Offices, and we have Shashank Gautam Shimoy Dev collecting the award on behalf of the firm. Can you have a huge round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, lovely. Ma'am, how does this one feel? Special?
Yes, and I'm accepting this award on behalf of Mr. Pathak and the competition law team. And thank you for everything. Thank you.
Congratulations, congratulations. Stage left, ma'am, for a picture, please. Don't forget that. All the winners. Okay, and the second winner in the same category, which is Competition Law Firm of the Year, is Economic Laws Practice, and we have Mr. Parthasarthi Jha collecting the award on behalf of the firm. Are you here with us, Mr. Jha? Yes? No? Okay, not. Now, man, congratulations to the entire team. Moving ahead with the next category, which is ADR Law Firm of the Year, and in this, we have three winners. And the first winner in the category is Once again, it's PNA Law Offices, and we have with us Samit Kumar Mishra and Gaurav Mahajan, and many more collecting the award on behalf of the team. Congratulations. Well, I see you smiling, so I'll ask you, how does this one feel?
Thank you so much. It feels great. I'm accepting this on behalf of Mr. Amit Mishra, Mr. Anand Pathak, and the entire legal team. More specifically, it's been a great year for international arbitration. So we're very thankful for all the efforts that the team has put in and for the award. Thank you.
Lovely. Congratulations. Congratulations, everybody, and to the entire firm as well. Okay, and our next winner in the same category, which is ADR Law Firm of the Year, is S&A Law Offices LLP, and we have with us Ms. Kunita Pava joining us to collect the award on behalf of her team. Ma'am, ADR Law Firm of the Year. How does this one feel?
Certainly feels very special, and I'm accepting it on behalf of our entire team who worked very hard, and Mr. Singh. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Please give her and the entire team a big round of applause. Okay, moving on towards our next category, which is Intellectual Property Law Firm of the Year. And we have two winners again in this category. Ladies and gentlemen, the first winner is Intel Advocate, and we have the team joining us to collect the award on behalf of them.
After COVID, we've discovered this new technology. It captures whether you're clapping or not, and the drinks are served accordingly. So you can figure out you want to clap Pinky ji or not, right, Mr. Saraf? So I'm sure you'll be clapping very enthusiastically. So you can give them a big round of applause.
No wonder we have so many of you waiting for the bar to open. Lovely. Okay, and the next category is Mergers and Acquisitions Law. And again, we have two winners in the same category. And the first winner is Sharzul Ramachan Mangaldas, and we have Nishant Venkat and the team joined to collect the award on behalf of the firm. Nishant, we'll have the picture, don't worry. How does this one feel?
And thank you so much to the jury, and we're very grateful that we got selected for this, and it's also a testament to all the hard work that our M&A team has put in over the years.
Lovely. Please give them a huge, wow, thodi awaaz. A huge round of applause. Okay, I also request the presence of Dr. Lalit Basin, President, SILF, to join us on stage, sir, and help us in presenting the awards to all the hard-working winners today. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Dr. Basin a huge round of applause. Also, Hemant and Priyanka ma'am, thank you so much. Thank you for helping us with the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please give both of them again a huge round of applause. Lovely. Okay, and a second winner in the category of mergers and acquisitions law is and the winners is GSA, and we have their team joining us to collect the award. Because you, the joint managing partner, of course. Sir, the youngest of all, how does this one feel?
It's wonderful. Thank you so much for this. I think it's great to see the fraternity coming back together. I hope we have many more of these. Keep up the good work. We are very grateful to the jury and I look forward to the evening. Thank you.
Lovely. Congratulations, team. Dr. Batra, I look forward to many more of this. We have to keep going. We aren't stopping. Okay, and the next category is Tax Law Firm of the Year, and this one goes to Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan. Nilambra ji, are you here? No? Okay, never mind. Let's give them a huge round of applause. They aren't here, never mind. Okay, and the next category is Banking and Financial Services Law Firm of the Year, and this one goes to SNG and Partners, and we have with us partner and head of corporate practice, Mr. Amit Agarwal, to collect the award on behalf of the team. So, Amit sir, banking, etc., lots of money, handling that, I see you smiling, all connecting together. How does this one feel?
Absolutely thrilling, actually. And thank you very much, BW Legal, for giving us this award. And I'm just accepting it on behalf of all the colleagues at the SNG and Partners. Thank you very much.
Lovely, congratulations, sir. A big round of applause for him. But also, before we move forward, may I please request the presence of Ms. Pinky Anand, Senior Advocate, former ASG, Supreme Court of India. Ma'am, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause. Also, you'd request the presence of Mr. Bhaskar Chandran, President, Legal GMR Group. Okay, and the next category is, yes, let's welcome, so let's give him a huge round of applause. Let's do that first. जितनी तालियां बजे उतनी कम है. Okay, and the next category is General Corporate Law Firm of the Year. And this one goes to Council Law Offices, and we have with us Ms. Simpi Mautani, Mr. Alishan Naqvi, and Mr. Priyam Rajkumar joining us to collect the award. Well, let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The team of Lex Council Law Offices, General Corporate Law Firm of the Year. Alishan? Which one is Alishan? I love your name, sir.
Thanks to my father. Thanks, everyone. No, my father changed my name 3 times. Finally, he settled for Alishan. So it's all for him. Well, today is about, while individual winnings, firm winnings are there, something which was coming to my mind, as my friend said earlier. It's happy to see the fraternity together again after 2 years. Thanks, Anurag, for that. And also 2 things about the profession of law, which always strike me. I mean, people like us in late 40s, early 40s, late 50s and above, law wasn't the profession for them to take. It was a profession, it was a residuary clause, nothing else law. Now we see a lot of lawyers going to national law schools, taking law as a profession. 2 things strike me always. And today's celebration is not about the firm, about my firm. It's about all us lawyers. Since the advent of history, we have always contributed. Lawyers have always contributed to the society and also worked very hard. All these successful lawyers have worked very hard. My seniors here, hundreds of careers have shaped under them, if not thousands. With your permission, sir, I have written a few lines in Hindi over the profession of law. If with your permission, I can just recite them. I won't take more than 60 seconds or 70 seconds at the most. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So it says, Lahu to hum bhi bahate hain. Lahu is blood, as you know. It's about lawyers. Lahu to hum bhi bahate hain. हर जुल्म या ज्यादती के खिलाफ ये बाकी पढ़े लिखे अगर खामोश रह जाते हैं तो वकील ही हमेशा आवाज उठाते हैं. कचहरी से सड़क तक लहू तो हम भी बहाते हैं. इंसाफ की लड़ाई में देर रात से घर जाते हैं. जब बच्चे, पड़ोसी, यहां तक कि चौकीदार भी सो जाते हैं, लहू तो हम भी बहाते हैं. Next is sir, since it is about,
हम लॉयर लोग लहू बहाते नहीं हैं, लहू बचाते हैं सबका.
सर लहू बहाने का मतलब है, थैंक्स फॉर द करेक्शन फ्रॉम माय सीनियर. लहू बहाने का मतलब है खून पसीना जैसे कहा जाता था.
I am envious. I wish I could say the media people do that, but I think we'll take inspiration and do a better job. We do our job in the media industry, and I'm talking particularly of the news media in a very tough environment. But I think we're inspired by lawyers who do act as custodians of the law and making sure we benefit from it. Thank you.
करेक्ट. थोड़ा सा हल्का कर देता हूं इसको 4 लाइन में. कॉर्पोरेट लॉ का अवार्ड है. इधर से कॉपी उधर से पेस्ट. कुछ क्लाइंट्स इधर से कॉपी उधर से पेस्ट. कुछ क्लाइंट्स ऐसे तो एग्रीमेंट्स बनाते हैं, फिर समय आने पर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में क्लॉज नहीं मिलता तो कचहरी के धक्के खाते हैं. उस पर कहते हैं कि वकील लड़ाई कराते हैं. ये कहकर वकील हमेशा कोसे जाते हैं, समझौता कर लो, कचहरी में कुछ नहीं रखा. ये वकील ही समझाते हैं, समझौता करवाते हैं, लहू तो हम भी बहाते हैं. थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू.
I think I gave the mic to the right person then from the team. Congratulations, congratulations, team. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the General Corporate Law Firm of the Lex Council Law Offices and their team collecting the award on their behalf. Okay, and the next category is Real Estate Law Firm of the Year, and we have 2 winners in this one as well. And the first winner is S&T and Partners, and we have with us Mr. Manish Upadhyay, partner, head of real estate practices, joining us to collect the award on behalf. Please, sir. I'll hold this. Sir, your words, please.
Thanks a lot to BW Legal, and it's a culmination of hard work of entire SNG team, on behalf of whose I'm accepting this award. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Dubey, for helping us with the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for sir. Also, thank you so much, Dr. Basin. Thank you for helping us with the awards. Thank you. Okay, and a second winner in the category of Real Estate Law Firm of the Year is... Once again, it's Flex Council Law Offices, Mr. Dhruv Manchanda and Mr. Tanmay Mohtania here to collect the award. सर जितना वो मुस्कुरा रहे हैं उतना ही कम आप मुस्कुरा रहे हो तो इसी आप ही से पूछते हैं सर रियल एस्टेट लॉ फर्म ऑफ द ईयर हाउ डज दिस वन फील
Feels great. We're very thankful for this recognition.
Love, you wish to add something?
Yeah, sure. I think thanks a lot to the jury who selected us for this award. Thanks a lot to my senior partners, Ms. Seema Jingan, Ms. Dimpi Manti, and Mr. Alishan Naqvi, under whose guidance and supervision we have been able to come here and take this award. Thank you so much for guiding us, and we look forward to this guidance for years to come. Thank you so much.
All the very best. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and congratulations. But before we proceed towards the next category, may I please request the presence of Mr. Vineet Thubij from Tech Mahindra and Mr. Preet Sethi from Vedanta to join us on stage and help us in felicitating our winners. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause. Okay, and our next category is Oil and Gas Law Firm of the Year. And this one goes to... Alaya Legal, and we have with us Ms. Suniti Kaur joining us to collect the award on behalf of the firm. I'll help you hold this one. Ma'am, how does this one feel?
It feels good, undoubtedly. And I'm standing in for my partner, Divjot Singh, as well. I want to thank BW Legal World. Yes, I'm sorry. And I also want to thank Legal League for actually encouraging us to participate. And last but not the least, I want to thank our clients and the in-house legal counsels for allowing us to practice our passion. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am, and of course your team as well. Also for all the winners, please stay back for the group picture, and once you've collected your awards, please proceed towards stage left for your individual picture. Okay, and the next category is Environment Law Firm of the Year, and this one goes to... the winner is Trust Legal. I believe, yes, let's give the entire team of Trust Legal a big round of applause. We have this young dashing gentleman coming up on stage. And the winners, the team is Trust Legal. Did I say it right? Lovely. Let's do it again, everybody. Please give. Should I help? Okay, how does this one feel?
Firstly, it feels really wonderful, and it's extremely an honor to collect this award on behalf of the entire firm. One thing I wish to add is working with this firm, I've learned that the DNA of the firm is sustainability 360, and it holds a unique law practice where even law firms come in consortium with us to practice on complex environmental legal issues. And under the guidance of Mr. Sudhir Mishra, the founder and managing partner of Trust Legal, we are extremely privileged to be working under this genre. Thank you everyone for facilitating this ceremony. Thank you.
Congratulations, congratulations. Okay, and once again, the next category, this is Intellectual Property Law Firm of the Year. And the winner is... Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan. Do we have anybody from the team here? Yes, we have. And we have with us Mr. Pulkit Dugar, joint partner, collecting the award on behalf of the firm. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause. Pulkit, come. Badi baatein ho jaye. Pulkit, how does this one feel? Okay, I'm saying, how does this feel to win the award on behalf of the firm in your year?
Absolutely, it's a wonderful feeling. Obviously, all the hard work is paying off, and it's being acknowledged. So obviously, it's a great feeling, and I'm honored to accept this award on behalf of Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran. Obviously, it's his hard work, passion, and everything that has brought us here. So thank you very much.
Lovely, congratulations, Pulkit. Congratulations to you. With that, thank you so much, Bhaskar ji and Pinky ji, for helping us with the awards. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give them a big round of applause. They've truly helped us. I would also request the presence of Dr. Akhil Prasad, Director, Legal Boeing, and C.V. Raghuji, Group General Counsel, Motherson Group, to join us on stage and help us in awarding and rewarding the winners, please. Okay, and the next category is Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Law Firm of the Year. And this one goes to... TMT Law Practice, and the winner is And we have with us Abhishek Malhotra collecting the award on behalf of DMT Law Practice, Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Law Firm of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause. Okay, I think there's been a slight mistake, but I'll do this again. I'll correct this one. This is number 19. This is for Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Law Firm of the Year. And the winner for the same is TMT Law Practice. And we have the team here with us. Let's do that first. Number 19. Gentlemen, before you leave, gentlemen, sir, mujhe bhi dekh lo. Congratulations, sir. How does this one feel?
It feels great. Thank you so much to the BW legal jury, and thank you for the recognition. And looking forward to being here on the stage year on year.
Lovely, love the confidence. Congratulations, gentlemen. Okay, and the next category is Startups and Investment Law Firm of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, and the winner is... Thinking Legal, and we have the founder, Vanessa Agarwal, joining us virtually to receive the award. Congratulations, Vanessa. How does this one feel? Can you hear me?
Thank you. This is the... Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear, please.
Thank you, everyone. This is very inspiring for a young firm like ours. We feel very motivated to work harder in the future. And on behalf of the entire Thinking Legal team, I want to thank the jury and business world for this honor.
Congratulations, Vanessa. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the entire team of Thinking Legal a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Well, also before we move towards the next award, we would request the presence of Ms. Geeta Luthra ji, Senior Advocate, to join us on stage and help us in awarding these winners. Ma'am, ladies and gentlemen, please give ma'am a huge round of applause. Okay, the next category is Private Equity Law Firm of the Year. And we have two winners again in this category. Up first, the winner in this category is... Veritas Legal, and we have a video from them. Can you please have the video?
Thank you to Business World for recognizing Veritas Legal as the private equity law firm of the year.
Let's do it again, एक बार. थोड़ी लंबी कर देते हैं.
Thank you to Business World for recognizing Veritas Legal as the private equity law firm of the year.
Congratulations, congratulations. But before we invite the second winner in the same category, thank you so much, Vineet sir, for helping us with the award. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, please give sir a big round of applause. May we also request the presence of Ms. Kanika Sachdeva, Country Council, Danaher, and Mr. Navodit Mehra, Senior Advocate, to join us on stage and help us in presenting the awards. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause. They've all been extremely cordial and helpful in presenting the awards. Okay, and the second winner in the category of Private Equity Law Firm of the Year is Advocates and solicitors, and we have with us Ms. Shivi Rastogi to collect the award on behalf of the team. She is the managing partner. Please give her a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and her entire team as well. Ma'am, should I help with that? Lovely.
I just want to say, ma'am, it's such an honor to receive this from your hands. I mean, all of us have been big fans of your work all through our lives. It's great to receive this honor, and it also validates that a small firm can pack a punch, even in the big world of private equity. And I'm honored to receive this on behalf of my very young, bright, and very enterprising team. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am. For a picture, please. Stage left. Okay. And next is Emerging Law Firm of the Year. And this one goes to UKCA and partners, and we have with us Ms. Manisha Chaudhary, designated managing partner, Naveen Dhaya, partner, and Raja Singh, partner, again collecting the award on behalf of their team. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Emerging Law Firm of the Year. Please give the Emerging Law Firm of the Year, UKC and partners, a huge round of applause. Well, emerging ones, how does this one feel? The start's been good.
Been great, and thanks to the jury for having us as Emerging Law Firm of the Year. We've been working really hard for the last 3 or 4 years to try to come to this pedestal where we can get this award. And thanks to our team because they are brilliant, and without them, we are nothing. So thank you so much.
Lovely. Congratulations and all the very best for the journey ahead. Okay, now from firms, we move to the individual category. Well, the next category is Best Tax Lawyer of the Year, and we have 2 winners in this one as well. The first winner is Dharmendra Kumar Rana, and he is the partner. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the Best Tax Lawyer of the Year a big round of applause. Yeah. Oh, you were waiting, but oh, never mind, sir.
Thank you. It feels great. Thank you, BW, and everyone who supported us. Yeah.
Congratulations, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the best tax lawyer of the year and the second winner in the same category is Sandeep Chunana. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a huge, huge round of applause. Best tax lawyer of the year. Sandeep ji, best tax lawyer. How does this one feel?
First of all, it is very special to receive it from ma'am. As you know, my colleague said, it is very, very special. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for jury and BW Legal World for conferring this on us. I'm really grateful to my clients, my team, my students. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, Sandeep. Congratulations. And before we proceed towards the next category, I would take this moment to thank CV Raghuji and Atul Prasad ji. Thank you so much for helping us with the awards. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Also, we would now request the presence of Ms. Pooja Bedi, Head Legal Phillips, and Mr. Ashok Kumar, Head Litigation AR, to please join us on stage and help us and present the awards to these lovely, hardworking winners of ours. Okay, and the next category is Best IP Lawyer of the Year, and this one goes to Safir Anand, the senior partner, Anand and Anand. Safir sir, to begin with, आपके नाम का मतलब क्या? What does your name mean?
It means ambassador to God, so I'm lucky that I have such a beautiful name. Well, our firm is now 99 years old, and we're celebrating 100th year next year. So this feels as young as it can, because I dedicate this award to the pursuit of knowledge. And I really thank the jury, business world, legal world, and all the members of the legal fraternity from whom I'm always inspired to do the next. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations, sir. Congratulations. But also thank you so much, Geeta ma'am, for helping us with the awards. Thank you. Thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please give her a big round of applause. She's helped us with the awards. Okay, and the next is Best Tech Lawyer of the Year, and this one goes to Ms. Mamta Rani Jha, Senior Partner and Head of Litigation, Intel Advocate. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the Best Tech Lawyer of the Year a huge, huge round of applause. How does this one feel, ma'am?
It's very exciting because from IP to IT and coming as a best tech lawyer of the year is really a celebration for me. I'd like to thank my team who have really made it possible and our managing partner who has trusted in me to start a new field and take it to the new heights. So thank you, sir, very much.
Congratulations, ma'am, and all the very, very best. Congratulations. Okay, and the next category is Best Mergers and Acquisitions Lawyer of the Year, and this one goes to goes to Iqbal Khan, and we have with us Mr. Nishant Venkat to collect the award on behalf of Mr. Iqbal. Nishant, sir, I know this is for Mr. Iqbal, but still something on behalf of him and the team.
Fortunately, Iqbal couldn't make it today due to some other exigencies, and I would like to thank PW and the jury once again for considering us. Thank you.
Lovely. Congratulations, sir. And of course to Mr. Iqbal as well. Okay, and next is Best Environmental Lawyer of the Year, and this one goes to Vanita Bhargava, partner Khetan & Co. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a big round of applause. Ma'am, so much of work happening for the environment now. How does this one feel?
This feels very good, and I'm really grateful for the members of the jury and BW Legal World for this recognition. And I would like to take this opportunity to show my gratitude to my family, the team members, colleagues past and present, without whose support over the years, this would not have been possible. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations. Well, once again, a reminder for all the winners, please stay back for the group picture. We require it for our next issue. Okay, and the next category is Best Dispute Resolution Lawyer of the Year, and this one goes to Mr. Vijay K. Singh, and we please. While we know you're collecting the award on behalf of Mr. Vijay, but still for him and for the team, what do you wish to say?
He would obviously thank the jury, thank PW, and being his junior, I think he would thank me too. So.
Lovely. I love the self-confidence. Congratulations. Okay, and the next category is Special Honor and Distinction conferred by jury. Okay, I already have it with me, so I'll do it again. The next award is presented to Mr. Siddharth Luthra as the Senior Counsel of the Year, as a special honor and distinction conferred by the jury. And we have with us Geeta Luthra ji once again to collect the award on Siddharth Luthra ji's behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her and of course Siddharth ji a big round of applause. Others, should I help?
You take this, I'll take this. So this is really nice. Siddharth's gone because his son's graduated from Columbia, so he's gone there. He come back, and I'm sure he'll be so happy. And thank you, business world, legal world, and thank you, all of you. Thanks to the jury members, because I think this came completely unprecedented and unknown. So he is very fortunate, and it's indeed an honor. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, ma'am, and Siddharth as well. Should I help with this? Please. Okay, and the next is Best Legal Entrepreneur of the Year, and this one goes to Rohan Vilimoria, and we have a video of Rohan, I believe. Can you please play that?
Good evening, everyone. I'm really sorry that I can't be there with you today. If my calculations are correct, I'm somewhere in between Singapore and Sydney in the air right now. But in any event, I just want to say a huge thank you to the BW team, the jury, and everybody else involved with this ceremony. But this award is not just for me, it's for every single lawyer and law student in the world, and also every single law ninja who's made our amazing community possible over the last 4.5 years. So thank you so much.
Congratulations to Rohan. With that, thank you so much, Navodiji and Pooja ji. Thank you so much for helping us with the awards. Dr. Batra, we have more people for you. Please don't worry. Well, before we move ahead, may we please request the presence of Mr. Kunal Tandon, Legal Counsel, Supreme Court of India, Mr. Krishan Singhania, Managing Partner, K. Singhania & Co., and Mr. Richa Pathak, Group Vice President of Igna Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them all a big, big round of applause. Yes. Okay, and the next category, we are going back to this one. It's Competition Law Firm of the Year, and the winner for the same is Economic Laws Practice. Congratulations, Partha Saraticha, partner. Ladies and gentlemen, kahan gayi aapki wo energy, where's the josh? We have a lot many to go. Lovely. Sir, could I help? Congratulations, sir. What do you wish to say?
First of all, thanks to BW Legal and jury here for considering us for this award. And I, of course, thank my team, my firm. Actually reflects the hard work which the team has put through. So I'm just taking on their behalf. Thank you so much again. And I'm sorry for being delayed. We are always late in taking credits. Thank you.
Better late than never, sir. Congratulations and all the very best. Well, sir, stage left, please, for a picture of yours. Okay, and the next is International Law Firm of the Year, and this one goes to Century Maxim India. Please give them a huge round of applause. International Law Firm of the Year. Congratulations. Well, whom should I ask? Both of you. दोनों का चलेगा. How does it feel?
Feels really good. I mean, 3 years ago, I started this firm as a single person. I was scared at that time, just quit a job, 9 to 6. Wanted to get into legal practice. 12 years of corporate life. So, we tried. Just got the right people, right team, and we've grown from single to 12, 14 lawyers, 20 almost been with us, in and out. And we look forward to have more, as many as possible. An office here in Delhi, an office in Dubai. So it's, an honor, a privilege, feel proud of. 3 years ago was scared. Then, with the team got some strength. So today I feel empowered. So thank you so much.
Ma'am.
Thank you so much for considering us worthy of this award. I think Parat sir has been spearheading our team and he's taken it forward to 3 different jurisdictions. And I think he's doing an incredible job. And thank you so much again.
Congratulations, team, to all the strength of your team. Okay, well, before we proceed ahead, I would take this moment for you to just allow me to take a pause here, as we have with us Justice Sikri. Sir joined us virtually, and he wishes to share his congratulations for all our winners. And before we bring him on screen, I wish to introduce Sir once again. Well, he's an eminent jurist and a former judge of the Supreme Court of India. He has many landmark judgments to his credit. But Justice Sikri was sworn in as a Supreme Court judge on 12th of April 2013. Earlier, he had served as the Chief Justice of the Punjab and Haryana High Court. He retired as a senior most judge of the Supreme Court of India on the 6th of March 2019. Presently, serves an international judge at the Singapore International Commercial Court, Singapore Supreme Court, where he was sworn into the post on 2nd of August 2019 by the President of Singapore. A distinguished leader in law and an institution in himself. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome amongst us Justice Arjan Kumar Sikri. He's switching the video on. There he is. Sir, can you hear us? Well, it's from that side. Sir, is your mic on mute? We can't hear you. Virtual world, still adapting.
He was here in the afternoon. He started the session. He was bang on time, and he was a jury chair of the first GLS. I think Ashima will be able to guide him and request him to unmute himself. Shall we move on, Ashima, or shall we wait?
Not a problem. We'll wait.
We'll come back to it. Can we come back to it, Ashima? Okay. We'll come back to it. You can because technology can be reliable, and sometimes we don't use technology right.
So network, sir. Yeah. Once we have, sir, we can please proceed with that. Okay, coming back to the awards. This is for Indian Law Firm of the Year, and we have 2 awards in this category. Up first, the winner is Saraf and Partners, and we have the managing partner, Mr. Mohit Saraf, with us receiving the award on behalf of him and his entire team. Well, the team's here as well. Lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, please give all of them a big round of applause. They are the Indian Law Firm of the Year. What happened, guys? Oh, that's a good cue.
Thank you, business world. Thank you, jury. We are very young but old firm, and thank you for supporting us. I think we are trying to build an institution where every hardworking lawyer, we're all standing here, can call theirs, and they don't have to have a family. They can be a first generation lawyer and they can call theirs. And that is what we are building it. And I think we really thank everybody in the room, Lalit sir, for supporting us in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Well, this is the Indian Law Firm of the Year, Saraf and Partners, being led by Mr. Mohit Saraf. Congratulations, team. Well, okay, before we introduce the second winner in the same category, Justice Sikri is with us. On screen, please. There he is. Mr. Sikri, can you hear us, sir? Network? Never mind, and nobody's hand. We'll do this next one. Never mind. We'll keep it on standby. Very quickly, we'll switch. No problem. Okay, Indian Law Firm of the Year, and the second winner in the same category is GLS, and we have their team coming up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the Indian Law Firm of the Year a big round of applause, please. So,
it's wonderful to get this award. It's not for me, it's for the 375 of us across the country. It's a great recognition. I appreciate it. Thank you to the jury and great strength to the profession. We look forward to seeing the next round.
Thank you and congratulations, team. And also, I believe Justice Sikri is traveling. He was in his car, so of course, there's a bad network patch, which nobody can help with. We'll wait for sir. Once he's here, the team can let us know. Okay, now moving towards the Women Lawyer of the Year. Again, we have two winners in this category. Up first, Miss Neena Gupta, Women Lawyer of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a huge round of applause.
thank you, business world. Thank you, worthy jury. Uh, I'm extremely honored, at the same time humbled with this award. I would like to thank my parents who are in heaven for believing in me and for letting me do what I thought was right. I would also like to thank my dear husband, Dr. Lalit Basin, my first guru, and a guru who's all-time guru for me. Thank you so much for supporting me in all my endeavors. I would like to dedicate this award to all the women lawyers of our country. I wish a lot of empowerment to all women. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, Women Lawyer of the Year, Miss Neena Gupta. Please give her all the love and applause she and her experience deserves. Thank you, ma'am. And the second winner in the same category, Women Lawyer of the Year, is Miss Seema Jungan, Women Lawyer of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a huge round of applause.
So thank you so much, Business World. Well, this award is for all the lovely ladies in this room and for all the women who are trying to find a foothold in the corporate world, in the legal world. The journey is not easy. It's tough. I have personally suffered that and gone through it. But three things I would like to say is, well, nobody should let you walk out of your dreams and aspiration as women. Don't let anybody take you for your gender. Your skills should talk for you. And most important, then let nobody, including your family, guilt trip you for leaving your kids behind. Because one day when they're grown up, they will thank you and they will love you for your dedication and the role model that you have. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, ma'am. Okay, and this is the last one, and this is Managing Partner of the Year. We have 3 winners in this category, ladies and gentlemen. So please keep the energy going. And the first Managing Partner of the Year is Miss Gunita Pava. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a big round of applause. Managing Partner of the Year.
From being an associate in the firm where I am to the joint managing partner and now this, it has certainly been a journey, and I'm really thankful to the jury and to be Business World. And I hope that every associate in my firm can dream big, and we hope to continue doing so. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am. Okay, and our next Managing Partner of the Year is Mr. Mohit Saraf, Managing Partner, Saraf and Partners. He is the Managing Partner of the Year.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, to get the manager of managing partner, Gitanjali. She manages me very, very well. And I think this journey would have not been there without you. So that, thank you very much. I think what is very important when I look back, this has been an amazing journey, but the most important part is that my team who's there, you saw them large numbers, they've all been there. This is really a common vision. And now I've actually learned and worked very closely with a lot of managing partners. So I know now what not to do. So that's a very important thing, because sometimes you don't know what not to do. So that's what I've learned. And also I've learned what to do, how to basically make sure that your vision is bought. And you cannot let people buy a vision, or they'll never buy a vision if it's from top to bottom. So empower the group, empower the management committee, empower the partner group, empower the council committee. If they buy the vision, the firms runs on its own. Thank you very much. Thank you, jury.
Congratulations, and your team as well. Okay. And our next Managing Partner of the Year is I think the screen said it wrong. I'll announce that. Mr. Ryan Karanjawala, and we have with us Sandeep Kapoor, Senior Partner, to receive the award on sir's behalf. Okay, sir isn't here. Now mine. But a big round of applause for him as well, Managing Partner of the Year, ladies and gentlemen. And now I have two categories. And for them, we have the same winner. So I'll announce both the categories. We'll have both the AVs, and then we'll invite the winner of them. So the next categories, which have the same winner, of course. Category number 1, Intellectual Property Law Firm of the Year, and also the Tax Law Firm of the Year is well, let's also have the second AV. Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan, ladies and gentlemen, the Intellectual Property Law Firm of the Year, and also the Tax Law Firm of the Year. Please give them a big, big round of applause. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this recognition. We are deeply honored. I accept this award on behalf of Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran and the entire firm. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the hard work of all of my colleagues and thank our clients for constantly reinforcing their faith and trust in us. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, team. Congratulations, all of you. With that, thank you so much. But I think before that, it's time for a group picture. So all the winners, please come on stage. It's time for a group picture with your teams. Get all of them, get everybody who's worked hard to make you and your team and the firm receive that award. the BW Legal World Global Legal Award winners. Oh, everybody, please. Mohit sir and everybody. Lalit sir, Hemant sir. Sir, please, sir, we would request your presence also. All the winners, very quickly, please. We also have the 30 under 30 winners waiting.
The next generation is equally important as the stalwarts, so, and they need a lot of encouragement. So don't go away. Stay back for the 30 under 30. 20 of those winners are here in the room. They'll need all your encouragement and your applause. So please stay.
Well, after this group picture, we'll start with the Legal World 30 under 30 awards. I would request all the winners of the Legal World Global Leaders Awards to please stay back and watch these young hard workers collect their award. We request all your presence to be here. Yes. Congratulations, all the winners. We request you to please stay back because we have the 30 under 30 awards. All youngsters waiting for you to celebrate their achievement with them. Okay, well, congratulations happening. Everybody, I request you to please take your seats. Let's keep the momentum going. Up next, we have the BW Legal World 30 Under 30 Awards. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we had the BW Legal World GC 100 celebrating India's top 100 General Counsel. Well, there was one winner who, of course, could not join us because he had other things to take care of, but he's here with us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with the Legal World 30 Under 30 Awards, we would wish to redo and re-give the award to our India's top, or one of India's top 100 General Counsel. We have Dr. Batra with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome one of the winners of India's top 100 General Counsel, Mr. Hemant Kumar, General Counsel, LNT. Well, please give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He's here with us today, celebrating all of you. Group General Counsel, Mr. Hemant Kumar, LNT. Well, can we also have his AV, please? Do we have it? What's that? I missed it. Sorry.
Thanks, business world. Special thanks to jury, Dr. Batra, Ashima, Garima. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, over 35 years of your profession as an in-house counsel, if you win something, it means a lot for us, and especially for me. I dedicate this award, this recognition, and this moment to my parents, to my wife, to my kids, and all the team members, whether in LNT or my earlier organization, who have made everything possible for me as a leader. I also dedicate this recognition to all the counsels who are working in different law firms, because their contribution has also helped me and my organization in many of the executing the projects. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Hemant, sir, and thank you for being with us today. Thank you. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for BW Legal World 30 Under 30 Awards. Well, to inform you, we've already done these awards, but in the virtual world last year in December. But we thought because we are celebrating and discussing the legal world today, then why not? Let's have them back with us in the physical format. And surprisingly, and of course, the best part about that is that out of 30, we have 20 winners with us. So all 20 of you, give your own selves a big round of applause. Okay, and to do the honors, I would request the presence of Mr. Prabhat Kumar, Group General Counsel of Fortis, Ms. Priyank Valesha, Functional Head, Yum Digital, and Ms. Manisha Chaudhary, Managing Partner, UKCA and Partners. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. And of course, we have Dr. Batra with us already on stage.
Some of you have been in the profession for a very long time. You've got many accolades. For these 30 under 30 winners, for most of them, it's their first accolade. So please be extra nice to them, applaud them, encourage them. It may mean a lot to them. I also want to say that we did a 40 under 40 and we had three of our winners of 40 under 40 on the 30 under 30. Two of the jury members who were winners in 40 under 40 are also here. So clearly they've seen the process from both ends of being an applicant and winning and being on the jury and choosing. And they know that the process is very, very transparent. It's recorded with it digital. Even when we would record all the discussions. Not that we are answerable to anyone except our jury. So really these young people need and deserve all the applause that you can give them. So please applaud, harder than you ever done for all the other winners, because they may have won a lot of awards, Not that it takes away from what they've done tonight or what they've been awarded for tonight, but for these young winners, and 20 of them are here, please make sure you really make an effort to applaud. That's my only request. And Mr. Prabhat Kumar, we need you upstairs on the dais. So again, this is in alphabetical order, right? This is in alphabetical order. That's right. We do most of our awards in alphabetical order. My parents got something right. They named me with A, and I say even on the conveyor belt at airports, luggage should come alphabetically. All good things in life should be. Akhilesh, you won't disagree with that, right? So come, Mr. Prabhat Kumar, and we'll get on with the award.
We'll also request the presence of Mr. Farhat Ali Khan, Managing Partner, Maxim Century, to please join us on stage and help us in felicitating the winners. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, time for BW Legal World 30 Under 30 Awards. And the first winner in this list is Adhib Kumar Ray, Principal Associate Litigation, SNA Law Offices, and we have Mr. Shashwat collecting the award on Adhib's behalf. Well, everybody please give the first winner, and of course all the other ones come a big round of applause. Yes. Shashwat, you went away faster than the speed of light. I couldn't even ask you. Do you win it every year? The answer is the same. Never mind. We love your smile. We'll let this one go. But still, everybody, please give him. And of course, Adib is collecting the award on Adib's behalf. Okay, and our next winner on the list of PW Legal World 30 Under 30 Awards is Akshay Sharma, Independent Counsel from P. Nagesh. There he is. Please give Akshay a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He is an independent counsel. Well, also for all the winners, stage left, please don't forget your picture. Individual, sir.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, the jury and the BW Legal for conferring this award at this very young age. We all are young, 30 under 30. I would just like to say that 2 days ago, Justice Nageshwar Rao retired, and he was saying, giving a message to the all youngsters that just keep doing the hard work. So I'm on it, and thank you, BW Legal, for recognizing that. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Akshay. But before we move on to our next one, we request the presence of Ms. Seema Jingan, Partner, Lex Counsel, and Mr. Mohit Saraf, Managing Partner, Saraf and Partners, to please join us on stage and help us in felicitating these winners. Okay, and the next winner in BW Legal World 30 Under 30 Awards list is Anshul Gupta, Managing Partner, ANG Partners, Advocates and Solicitors from Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Anshul a big round of applause. What happened, guys? You're only on the third award right now. आपका नंबर भी आएगा.
Thank you, BW Legal, for giving us this award. I think this is just the beginning, and I think this motivation and perseverance will take us long way. And I would like to thank my team for all this hard work, and thanks again, BW Legal and the jury. Thank you.
Congratulations, Anshul.
This event was done virtually, and Mr. UK Chaudhary was the jury chair. Some of the jury members are here. He was the jury chair for this, and he was at the virtual awards. For some reason, he's not there. But I just want to say that Mr. UK Chaudhary was the jury chair, and again, he was a very involved jury chair. He had a point of view on every entry, and just want to acknowledge the fact that our juries are really the heart of what we do. So just wanted to mention that since we didn't play the jury heavy, I just wanted to acknowledge that UK Chaudhary ji was the jury chair.
Congratulations, Zoke. And before we proceed towards our next award, may we please request the presence of Ms. Preet Sethi, Deputy General Counsel, Corporate, Vedanta Limited. Ma'am, please, you'd request your presence on stage to help us in felicitating these winners. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Ms. Sethi a big round of applause. Lovely. And our next BW Legal World 30 Under 30 winner is Anusha Srivastava, Chief Legal Officer, Wakahar Hospitals Limited. Please give Anusha a big round of applause, everybody. BW Legal World 30 Under 30 winner.
Thank you, Business World, and thank you to the jury for this honor. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Anusha. Moving on, our next BW Legal World 30 Under 30 winner for this year is Ashwij Suresh Shamaya, Senior Associate, Khetan, and there he is. Well, Ashwij is not here. This handsome gentleman is collecting the award on behalf of Ashwij. Congratulations to you and, of course, Ashwij as well. Thank you so much, Priyanka ma'am and Manisha ma'am. Thank you so much for helping us with the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for both of them who've been helping us with the awards. With that, we request the presence of Mr. Tarun Nangia, anchor NewsX, to join us on stage and help us in felicitating these winners. Please give Mr. Nangia a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, and next, BW Legal World 30 Under 30 winner is Chirag Dhananjay Nayak, Principal Associate, MZM Legal LLP. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Chirag a huge round of applause.
Firstly, thank you so much to the jury who found me deserving of this recognition. Thank you, Be Legal World, for organizing this wonderful event. Congratulations to all the winners today. Especially for the 30 under 30, it's a very tough group to be in. I would really like to thank my managing partner, Mr. Zulfikar Memon, and all the senior partners at MZM, who have been amazing mentors. And finally, my parents, family, and friends for all the support. Thank you so much, everybody. Congratulations to all the winners.
Congratulations. Okay, and the next BW Legal World 30 under 30 winner is Dhruv Chawla, Managing Associate, Kuldeep Rai Chawla, and so congratulations, Dhruv. Well, let's give Dhruv a big round of applause, everybody, for BW Legal World 30 under 30 winner.
I would just like to thank BW Legal for organizing this wonderful event, and I dedicate this to my family as I come from a third generation lawyer, so this is for my grandfather, Mr. K.R. Chawla.
Lovely, congratulations and all the very best, Dhruv. Okay, moving on, our next, the BW Legal World 30 under 30 winner is Gautam Susil, Principal Associate, Khetan and Tour. But please give Gautam a big round of applause, everybody. He is the Principal Associate from Khetan and Co. And of course, a BW Legal 30 under 30 winner.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Thank you to the jury. Thank you, Mr. Saraf. I think this is a wonderful opportunity to recognize young talent, and I'm really proud to receive this on behalf of, every young lawyer that's out there. Thank you so much.
All the very best, Gautam. Thank you so much, Seemaji, for helping us with the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for ma'am. Okay, and with that, our next winner on the BW Legal World 30 under 30 list is Kanika Arora. She is the partner at Advani Law. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Kanika a huge round of applause.
A big thank you to BW, a big thank you to the jury members. This is very encouraging. And this is for my boss, my mentor, Mr. Hiro Advani. Thank you.
Congratulations, Kanika, congratulations. With that, thank you so much, Mohit sir, for helping us with the awards. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for Mohit sir. Please, everybody. He's been here with us in all the panel discussions as well, and of course now with the awards. We will also request the presence of Mr. Hemant Kumar, Group General Counsel, L&T. Sir, please request your presence on stage to help us in felicitating these young winners. Okay, and our next BW Legal World 30 under 30 winner is Mugdha Pandey, counsel at the Chambers of Mahesh Chetmalani, senior advocate. Please give Mugdha a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, BW, for this recognition, being a first-gen female litigator in Delhi. I'm a Bombay girl, that too. This recognition means a lot to me. I thank my mentor and my teacher, Mr. Mahesh Jetmani. And of course, I wouldn't be here without my team of cheerleaders, one of whom is here, Sanya, and of course, my family. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mugdha. Congratulations. But also all the GLC winners today, we would request you to please stay back क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं we wish to have a picture with you with the 30 under 30 awards winners as well. More the merrier, so please stay back. Okay, and on that note, our next Legal World 30 under 30 award winner is Nishant Kulhari, Senior Associate, Indian Law Partners, ILP. I hope you're with me on the acknowledging bit. Can we have a big round of applause for Nishant and our upcoming winners as well? Yes, let's keep the momentum going.
I really want to first of all thank the eminent jury and everyone presenting the award here tonight, and to the business world team, legal world team, and of course your hard work has brought you here, and the hard work will take you forward. The future is where we prove this. So I would really like to thank my mentors, my partners, Ms. Gopika Pant, Vineet Gupta, and Ms. Kanika Premnayan, and my family who's here cheering for me, supporting me. They asked me not to take their names and embarrass them, but there they are. And thank you, everyone.
Where's your family, Nishant? Where's your family? Can you spot them in the audience? Yeah, congratulations to you as well. Nishant, the picture, please.
Clearly, you don't want to drink, right? You're not clapping enough. There's a camera and recording everything. You get drinks only if you clap enough, okay? But the young people, they need your encouragement, and clapping is good for your heart muscles. I keep saying that.
Okay, one for the drinks. Okay, with that, thank you so much for Hatsa and Prabhat. Thank you so much for helping us with the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for both the lovely gentlemen. We would also request the presence of Mr. Bhaskar Chandra Group, General Counsel, GMR Group. Sir, please join us and help us in felicitating these young winners. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to Mr. Bhaskar, Group General Counsel, GMR Group. And on that happy note, our next winner on the Legal World 30 under 30 list is Pallavi Kumar, Senior Associate, JSA. We have you collecting the award on his behalf. What's your name, sir, also? We have Lalit ji collecting the award on behalf of Pallavi. So Pallavi is the winner, Senior Associate at JSA. Please give Pallavi and of course Lalit a big round of applause, everybody. Okay, and our next BW Legal World 30 under 30 winner is Dia Geecha, Senior Associate, Khaitan and Co. And of course, You're collecting all the awards, is it? So Ria Gita, Senior Associate at Chetan & Co. is the winner. Congratulations to her and to you as well. Okay, our next Legal World 30 Under 30 winner is... Rushabh Agarwal, partner, Chambers of Rushabh Agarwal.
I'd like to thank the jury. I'd like to thank Business World, and it's truly a memorable moment for me. I'd like to dedicate this award to my parents and to my mentor, Mr. Amarjit Singh Chaddiok. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Rushabh. But thank you so much, Preet ji, for helping us with the awards. Thank you so much, fam. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Preet Sethi ji. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, with that, next, the BW Legal World 30 Under 30 winner is... Samikrit Rao Kuskuri, Associate at JSA. Well, we have, sorry, your name, please. We also have with us Mr. Anand collecting the award on behalf of Samikrit. Congratulations, sir. May we please request the presence of Ms. Pooja Bedi, Phillips legal head, to join us on stage and help us in felicitating these winners. There she is. Everybody, please give it up for Ms. Bedi. Yes. Okay, our next BW Legal World 30 Under 30 award winner is... Sarthak Maggu, Principal Advocate, Sarthak Maggu Law Offices. Everybody please give Sarthak a big round of applause.
Thank you, BW Legal World, the jury. My sister was here. It's her birthday, everyone. Please wish her a happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
It's a great validation of the fact that we're probably in the right path. And thank you.
Congratulations, Sarthak, and your sister as well. Okay, we have 2 more awards to go. Well, I told you we have 20 members present here. I mean, of course, 18 of them, 2 more couldn't join us at the very last moment. With that, our next BW Legal World 30 Under 30 winner is... Shashank Devan, founder and managing partner, Chamber of Shashank Devan. We have his fiancée Nikita with us, so all the more reason to celebrate. Everybody please give Nikita and of course Shashank a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Well, I remember how happy Shashank was when he received the award, when he learned that he's gotten this award. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here because of some unavoidable predicament, but extends his heartfelt thanks to Mr. P.K. Dubey and his parents, his brother, sister-in-law, and myself. So thank you so much.
Congratulations, Nikita, to you as well. And Shashank, of course, all the very best for your married life, which is going to happen very soon, we believe. Are we invited? You were saying no. Lovely, okay. Everybody, the after parties at the wedding, whenever that happens. Okay, the next winner for BW Legal World 30 under 30 is Apurva Bose, Communications Expert, United Nations Environment Program. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Apurva a big round of applause.
I didn't realize that was that heavy. But good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, the jury members, and all the guests on the stage. Thank you for being here, and congratulations to all the winners. It's truly inspiring to be here, and this is definitely going to be a reminder that there's so much more left to do, so much more to achieve. So thank you so much. Have a lovely evening, everyone.
Congratulations, Apurva, and of course, thank you to all the members on stage for helping us with the awards. With that, we come to an end of the BW Legal World 30 under 30 awards list. So may we request all the winners who are here with us currently to join us on stage for a group picture, followed by which we will also have the GLC winners joining us. All the 30 under 30 Legal World winners, please join us on the stage for a group picture. Also, the jury members, we request your presence on the stage, please, for a group picture with them. Lalit sir, Pramod sir, Seema ma'am, please. Pooja ma'am, please also request your presence. All the 30 under 30 Legal World winners on stage, please. Yes, if they're outside, I believe. If any winners outside, can we have them? Mr. Singhania, please, sir. Kunal sir, he's here. Kunal sir with us. Please, sir. Yeah, of course. Why not? If you're collecting the award on behalf of your fiancé, please come. Anji, there are winners outside. Yes, please bring them. Has the party started already? मेरी आवाज बाहर जा रही है. If you can hear me, all the Legal World 30 under 30 awards winners, if you're outside, we'd request you to please come inside. We have a group picture happening. Can they hear me outside? Dr. Akhil, sir, please. Any other jury members? If you've missed, please, we'd request your presence. Okay, you've got everybody inside? Lovely. Well, after this, we will also have the GLC winners joining us on stage. Please stay back, please stay back, please stay back, all the winners. Also, all the GLC winners, if you're here, you would request you to please join us on stage with these young winners. Let's have a group picture together. All the GLC winners today. Anybody here? Last call, GLC winners. Yo, I was saying, अच्छा तभी कोई नहीं आ रहा था. Wow, so many have listed me. Okay, all the GLS winners. You got me confused. I thought. Well, last call for. Okay, there you are. Any more GLS winners outside? All the BW Business World legal team, and if any more members of the team are here, we will have a group picture after this. Please be here. But before that, we also have the vote of thanks. The BW team, let's also have you with all the winners. Yes. Let's also have the BW team. Tanvi, Garima, Ashma, let's have everybody. Thank you, congratulations. But before we all disperse, we have a vote of thanks from Garima Ahuja from the BW legal team. She's been leading the project along with the team. She's worked extremely hard. So I really feel we should be here. We should listen to her give a vote of thanks. So Garima, where are you? Garima, apart from giving me all the list, now it's time for you to be here. Please.
Hello. Yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you so much. Firstly, I would like to thank Ashima for helping bring up the show, my entire team, Krishnendra, Anurag, all the winners, Dr. Batra for his continuous guidance, all the jury members, everybody present here for taking out their time. Please join us for dinner. Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Garima, congratulations. Thank you so much, everybody. Please join us for dinner. It's time we officially start the party, as Mr. Batra was mentioning. And my name is Aditya Malik. It was a pleasure to be your host.
Can we have only Business World team on the dais, please, now for a team group photo, please? Thank you.
The BW Business World team, please join us on the stage for a group picture. The BW Business World team. The BW Business World team, please join us on stage for a group picture. Acha naam. Okay, Tanvi, please help me with the same.
Rohel, can you please come on stage?
Rohel.
Aman, can you come on stage? Ashish, can you come on stage? Tarun, please come on stage. Krishnendra, Anurag, come on stage. Achima, please come on stage. Nandini, please come on stage. Kartike, Ratnesh. Prashant, Mayank, please come on stage. We also have the interns who worked on the first edition of GLS. Please come on stage.
Arnab, Rhythm, Chirupa.
Sorry, Dr. Batra, the most important person. Ashish. Prashant, Mayank, if you're in the hall.